Can we talk about graham crackers today? In what way? Hey, Kit Peridot, what do you mean by that? Viral loops. Oh my god, El Salve, what's my favorite Trump muck-up of the week? Mine is Trump blocking the Strait of Hormuz even though he tried to get it open. Yeah, it sure is looking like... I think the last time I was streaming, I talked about how... like, this is just a pause. This whole thing around the Strait of Hormuz and the ceasefire has just been a point for Trump to pause what they've been doing and then keep doing it without the need to actually live up to his promises of, you know, nuclear hellfire. Oh, this isn't a jacket. This is just a shirt. Or what he very clearly was reacting to as hellfire. Let me see, actually. So I'm looking for some... I'm trying to go on the surfs. And... goddamn. Omega Shenron Dragon, hey, been doing your videos on YouTube. I love the opening. Never change it, please. Thank you. I don't think I will. I like my opening quite a bit. I've thought about, of the other things that I do want to change, like the opening is generally not up there. Good evening, everybody. I am a little bit out of it today. Just because, more than anything, just because I've been juggling so many different things lately. I want to talk about briefly the Los Angeles ICE protests that have been using dildos. Because I have such little time anymore for this brand of protesting when you have the warehouse fires. That, by the way, nobody's fucking reporting on. Ontario warehouse fire, Ontario warehouse, California. 3 massive fires in 1 week. It's actually been more than that. Kimberly Clark warehouse. Thank you, Nehemiah, for $5. I saw that. Congratulations. Viktor Orban is out of office. I haven't heard much about the new person, though. And granted, I'm not super up to date on my Hungarian politics. Uh-oh. Johnny Viral, I haven't seen that comment section yet. Uh-oh. I mean, I've answered a couple comments, but I haven't seen. I hope there's not like a argument brewing. The new guy's center-right. I mean, Peter Magar is like Orban light, just ostensibly less corrupt. You know. Did I see that CPAC and Project 2025? Oh, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Alsavi, thank you very much for $5. I wonder if the quarter pounder still believes he's more of an alpha male than his haters, even if his wife's boyfriend disagrees with him. So I haven't seen much of that, and I'm kind of in a weird spot where I don't know what to cover today. I do want to cover this really quick because Jesus Christ, I just talked about that. Let's talk about the Trump Jesus thing. Because, like, Trump should, I was going to say Trump should know how evangelicals would react to him doing this, but he doesn't, because he doesn't actually, like, engage with evangelicals that way. He doesn't actually, you know, he's not, certainly not a Christian in the way that he likes to portray or likes other people to believe. And I feel like even the evangelicals know this, but there's also been this brewing contempt for Trump, specifically since last week when he called out, you know, and I talked about last week when he did the call out post for Tucker and Alex Jones and Candace Owens and, what's her fuck? Megyn Kelly, Jesus. I kept wanting to say Meghan Markle, and I'm like, no. Megyn Kelly. That those are people who aren't necessarily in the same boat all the time on things, and they aren't regarded the same way by other people in this kind of conservative influencer industry. So having them become the, you know, scapegoats, for lack of a better word, I think has drawn a lot of people to ease off of Trump a little bit. As far as like going in such full-throated support, particularly right now, because it is a highly unpopular thing. But a lot of conservative commentators are stuck in the spot where they're stuck in this spot where they don't want to completely abdicate Trump. They don't want to like trash talk him. They don't want to shit all over him publicly. They don't want to burn those bridges. If they think, like, you know, people like Benny Johnson, people like Laura Loomer, if they think, no, there's still a way to turn this ship around. Or I think probably more the case with somebody like Laura Loomer is that they're just like, I'm going down with this ship. I don't know what else to do. So I think having those people have been on the fringes, and today Trump did something on Truth Social that seemed to draw a similar ire from a lot of people. Sorry, there's somebody yelling outside my window. Lola's Rain, thank you for $5 as a palate cleanser. Perhaps the Too Many Fucking Nazis game trailer. If I'm thinking of that one, if I'm thinking of the right one, yeah, I can do that one. B. Parker 1740. Oh, here's a video for the Trump Jesus thing. Who's it by? Because I saw, so the reason I wanted to talk about this was because it has led a lot of, I saw Michael Knowles being like, oh no, this is too far. Okay, Penguin Zero. Yeah, I'll check that out in a second. President Donald Trump removed an image on his Truth Social account showing him appearing like Jesus Christ. The image, which appears to have been generated with AI, was posted after the president blasted Leo XIV for criticizing U.S. military actions against Iran. By the way, the Pope becoming one of the biggest, like, modern, like, the administration beefing with the Pope is so funny to me. It really is. Nehemia, thank you for $10. Magar is center right the same way Dems are. Oh, okay. He spent the campaign talking about affordability, seems invested in helping, not cheerleading for him, but Hungary took a massive step to the left. Okay. I mean, that's the first step towards progress. Megan Basham, a conservative Christian commentator, called the image outrageous blasphemy in a post on the social media site X. Quote, I thought it was me as a doctor, Trump told reporters at the White House when asked about the image. And to me, I don't think we need a lot more proof that Donald Trump is, you know, certainly closer to an archetype of the antichrist than any good practicing Christian. But to me, the idea of looking at this hack-ass AI shit where somebody is in quite literally the same robes that you see Jesus depicted in so much Christian imagery, laying a hand on somebody as though to heal them, to look at that and be like, well, I thought it was a doctor, you know how doctors do. It speaks to a number of things for me. It speaks to, one, the fact that he apparently cannot even recognize Jesus' signature fit, but probably more importantly than that, it brings into question, what does he think doctors do? And then after that, you have to reinterrogate every time he's ever talked about going to see a doctor and how healthy they, like, does he just go in and they put their hand on his head and he's like, yes, I'm completely cured again, folks. Like, there's so many. This is one of those things that brings up far, far, far more questions than it answers. Universal Queen Fern, thank you for 8 months. Hype. Thank you, thank you, thank you. President Donald Trump on Monday morning deleted a True Social post with an image of himself appearing like Jesus Christ after it was met with backlash. Sorry, give me a second. I did post it. I thought it was me as a doctor and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. What? Only the fake news could come up with that one. It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, he said. And I do make people better. I make people a lot better. The image depicted Trump wearing a white robe, laying his right hand on a man who appeared sick or dying with a bright light emanating from the president's left hand and the American flag, eagles, and military planes flying behind him. Where's the red cross? What the? It's just fucking nonsense, dude. It's just fucking nonsense. I'm particularly disturbed by this, like right here, this fucking what was the name of the motorized Patriot. That's what the fuck is happening in the background here. Look at this. Look at this. I guarantee, I swear to you, the AI was partially trained on BioShock Infinite. Because look at this shit. Look at the motorized Patriot. Tell me that's not a super similar silhouette right there. Let me see you something really... yeah, that's fucking crazy. Post was one of several in a series posted to Trump's Truth Social account Sunday night. The image stood alone without any accompanying words. Former Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, in her own post on X, wrote, quote, on Orthodox Easter, President Trump attacked the Pope because the Pope is rightly against Trump's war in Iran, and he posted a picture of himself as if he is replacing Jesus. Quote, this comes after last week's post of his evil tirade on Easter and then threatening to kill an entire civilization. I completely denounce this, and I'm praying against it. Goddamn. JD Vance has been put in this really funny position lately where everybody kind of sees Trump sundowning and everybody sees him starting to lose his grip and assumes that, you know, behind the scenes, people are vying for control. And JD feels like the kid and his parents are going through a divorce, but he doesn't quite understand the mechanics of their relationship or if somebody cheated on somebody or what's actually happening. So he kind of just sits off to the side and does whatever he's told. And people are just, JD, go here. JD, go to Pakistan. JD, go on Fox News. JD, go make sure everybody thinks that everything is completely normal in here. And the fact that you have to send out JD Vance alone tells you, oh man, shit's not normal in here. So, for example, Vice President J.D. Vance, in an interview with Fox News on Monday, said, quote, I think the president was posting a joke, and of course he took it down. Every time J.D. talks, look, in another way, in another world, with more training, I think J.D. could have been phenomenal at improv. He's not very good at it, but he has a natural inclination towards it, and you see that pretty much anytime he's asked about one of these fucking controversies. Where somebody wants to be like, it seems like just by the way it's worded, it seems like JD hadn't even heard about this shit. And off the cuff, he has to go from fucking goddamn. What did he do now? He posted what? Yeah, you know, I actually think that's one of the good things about this president. You said he posted a picture of himself as Jesus? Fuck, man. No, yeah, I love that about the dude, that he, you know, he's not filtered. He doesn't send everything through a communications professional. He just fucking posts whatever and makes everybody else deal with it. Yeah, yep, that's Don. Like that is the exact same vibe I get from JD Vance, particularly as JD is going through his own weird beef with the fucking Pope. Over there.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, baby.
I love you. Oh, boy. Very funny. Yeah, the Eric Swalwell thing fucking came out, which is insane as well. Let's go over see if Penguin Zero has anything else to say about it. No, it is. It's the thing with, whoa. My headset's pushed my hair up. Like, yeah, okay. I don't know what it is about my hair, but like I can't put my headset on without it making me look like a fucking cockatoo. Storm over Crane 04. Thank you for tier 1 for 13 months. Hey.
Evening, huh, sports fans? An action-packed late night. Trump started attacking.
There is something that hurts a little bit. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. When I put out a video that, granted, it's not my hardest worked investigative piece, but by the way, I put out a new video where I talked to a couple sex workers about people who've been targeted by platforms for free speech, who have been threatened with having their platforms taken away, and how sex work as a job is in a very perilous place because of the lack of protections and workers, just like the lack of knowledge or attention to workers' rights. So, Please go check that video out. But it just gets my goat a little bit every time that somebody can post a, 720p video of them in their gaming lounge that will get, a month's worth of, over a month's worth of rent in 6 hours, and it's just them. No editing, no intro, off the cuff, just talking, just yapping. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if it's a, yeah.
Pope Leo, which sounds like the title to an epic rap battles of history video, Trump versus the Pope, but he actually went in attacking Pope Leo, and then a little while later posted an AI-generated image of him as Jesus Christ healing the sick while being worshipped, and having some kind of demon like Baphomet leading the troops above him with the golden lights. This thing looks like something out of fucking Silent Hill. This is a real post Trump made, by the way. Big breaking news. As I was making this video, he deleted the post, and he just gave a little speech out of nowhere here. I guess this was such a huge deal, it called for his immediate attention, and he was asked about it, and this is his response.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with the Red Cross, as a Red Cross worker there, which we support, and only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Oof. So that immediately throws a lot of the cope into the shitter from people that were still doing all they could to defend him, saying it must have been one of the staffers again going rogue, getting a little rambunctious, or no, this is actually a 5D chess move from Trump because he got into this, spat with the Pope, so it wasn't him depicted as Jesus Christ, it was just a little tomfoolery depicting himself as the Pope, not Jesus. And he immediately says, no, you guys are wrong on both those. In fact, I did post it, and I thought I was a doctor. That's what I thought. Which no one was saying, because I don't know how anyone could look at that and think that that's a doctor being depicted there. Holy delusion. Is there any human being on the planet that buys that? Yeah, doctors, famously not in scrubs or anything, always in white robes, white and red robes, with glowing golden hands healing people. They don't use medicine or anything. They use their hands to do that. Glowing gold hands. That's what doctors do. And also having demons flying above with golden radiant light there. What a fucking dog shit explanation. He didn't even go for what I thought would be the easy layup to weasel his way out of this in the eyes of the fucking brain-rotted fungus that still, loyally sucks his cock. I thought for sure he would just blame it on a staffer again, it looks like he, did this on his own. I had no idea. This is disgusting stuff. This is gross. I would never condone that. He didn't even go for that. He just said, yeah.
Wait, what's Moist Critical's name? Is it's Charlie, I think? I don't follow Moist. But I didn't really, why does everybody not seem to like him here? I don't have any real opinion on him. Well, I guess my opinion on him is from everything I've seen, mostly positive. I don't think I've seen anything about him being he seems like an okay guy. He seems like an okay dude. But I'm liking the vitriol. I'm liking I feel like we're going to see a lot more of that.
Post that.
Which, by the way, just having somebody who appears like just a normal dude saying this kind of shit about Trump, having these things attached to him publicly, having these things attached to the ideology of MAGA publicly, is one of the best things you can do to socially ostracize people. To even just offhandedly be like, oh, fuck, do you see this dumbass hot dog skinned pedophile we have in office? Just throwing that out in random conversations with your coworkers, and if they're a Trump supporter, they'll go, huh, yeah, yeah, and keep quiet. That's the way it needs to be. Hey, dog, can you not? Leave Miss alone. Leave Miss alone. Go. Alrighty. My hair is just doubling up in weird ways.
Thought I was a doctor with the Red Cross. And of course he had to try the fake news angle, but that's not going to work because even his most loyal cock gobblers got very upset with this, and rightfully so, by the way.
Dude.
So that doesn't exactly fly all that well. Not exactly the greatest move here from old Trump. And this has finally been enough to snap some of the most brainwashed drones out of his spell and realize, oh, This guy is not actually a Christian. Blasphemy, idolatry, sacrilege. The administration has normalized all of this, and Trump doesn't even really hide it either.
So I would also say, well, I think there are certainly people who are going to be woken up by this, and successively every other thing Trump does that can be classified vaguely as like this kind of, you know, blasphemous, non-Christian, whatever. There are going to be people who are like, oh, this is, you know, so beyond the pale, and clutching their pearls. But I think when it comes to particularly conservative commentators, you should be wary about anybody in the space speaking out against Trump. Because they're doing it at this point for clout. The reason that people would choose right now of all times to speak out against Trump is because they're seeing the very obvious way the wind is blowing. This is why the more canny operators among them, the people who are a little bit more savvy in understanding the political dynamics of where things are heading, where these political movements are going to be 6 months from now, where if this thing's not stopped, where it's going to go. People like Nick Fuentes have been publicly distancing themselves from Trump for a year or so. And it's not because Nick Fuentes is consistent in his ideology or beliefs. It's not because Nick Fuentes is such a good guy and he's turning over a new leaf. No, it's because Trump broke with what he wanted on Israel and in his own dumb little ethno-nationalist world that Nick Fuentes lives in. And Nick couldn't abide that. Nick couldn't let that go as part of his platform. And so over time, he has just continued going against Trump. And this is where you're going to see a lot of other people start turning to, where they're just going to start grabbing at things and shoving them in the basket of reasons why they, oh no, we were always against Trump. But no, this never stood right with me. And so giving them the credence, Jesus. Right now, you need to be careful about giving people credit for coming to that realization, and pay a little more attention as to whether they're actually quote unquote waking up, or if they are just in the process of trying to save their own skin. Well, oh god, Joel Webbin. Let me see if his dumbass shit was on YouTube. CR Rent, holy shit. Oh my god, CR Rent, thank you so much for $50. It's not moist numbers, but I hope it helps with rent a little bit. That definitely helps me. Thank you, holy shit, CR Rent. Thank you so much. God, what was I just looking at? I forgot what I was doing. Oh. It was... I just got distracted. What the hell was I looking up? Oh, right, Joel Webbin. Jesus. Still doing the fucking Nick Fuentes grift, huh? MAGA versus America First. Let's go. Clips exposing Trump captured by Israel. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. The real James Fishback. I need to do a piece on Joel Webbin. Because it's insane how often he goes like pseudo-viral. And his proximity by being this like cloud. It's this weird radical Christian area where they're all kind of clout chasing weasels. But thus far, Joel Webbin has been one of the only people to understand how to play the clout game. And you can't, when you are a radical Christian conservative, You have to be really careful about putting your money where your mouth is. And I don't think he's ever done the groundwork to do the thing of like, well, this is the only thing we believe in. Everybody else is an apostate and everybody else is going to burn in hell like the NIFB does. And I think that's given him a little bit more freedom to like collab with people like James Fishbeck and people like Catholic, well-known tradcath Nick Fuentes. Hammock, what the fuck? It's not a dead child. This is Mima Kirigoy from Perfect Blue. Let's go. Yeah, is this... What the evangelicals are saying.
I pick America first over MAGA, right? No qualifiers. That's it. That said, with America first, I'm not going to do with America first what all the new MAGA candidates like Laura Loomer are doing with MAGA and Trump, glazing him no matter what in his ear, using flattery. Oh, you're so great. You've never done anything wrong. You could do no wrong. I'm not going to do that over here. So I have a team. I'm not sitting there doing the splits in the middle, above it all. America first. I'm with Tucker Carlson over Donald Trump.
He's with Alex Jones. That is so much of what he's saying is the exact same America first, Americana, 1776. Like the tone is even the same.
Period. I am. That said, Tucker, because that's the team I picked, that's the team that I'm going as a friend-enemy distinction. I'm not going to do it as I would when I critique the left. I critique them as enemies because they are. They are enemies of America, enemies of Christ, enemies of my wife and children and future posterity. I'm not going to level that kind of rhetoric that I would level against the left, against Tucker Carlson, because he's a friend. We're on the same team. That said, I'm also not going to be, as Laura Loomer is to Trump, I'm not going to be to an Alex Jones or a Tucker Carlson. I'm going to...
This is so many hoops to jump through to just say you don't fuck with the dude. You've been given so many fucking off-ramps to separate yourself and your ideological movement and your ideas from Trump. The idea that you have to go through all of this preamble and talk yourself in circles to be like, well, no, I'm not against them, but I'm also not going to suck them off like these people, but I'm also not going to not suck them off. And I might give them a little, like just the tip action, but I'm also not going to just do that just because, which I obviously wouldn't do with the left. And it's just like, dog, this is a 5-minute video. Is it just him doing fucking verbal Cirque du Soleil the whole time?
Tucker, you're nailing it. So glad to see this. Also, Islam is not our friend. They're not our friend. They worship a false god. And Islam, not just religiously, is it a false religion that damns people to hell, but also philosophically, in terms of not just religion, but civilization, it is incompatible.
Hey, buddy, what? Hey, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck?
With the West, Islam is it's not just false doctrine and wrong. It is holy, not H-O-L-Y, but W-H-O-L-L-Y. It is holy, entirely Eastern. Islam has no place in America. It cannot coexist in America. It can't. So, all that being said, there are things, balls and strikes, everywhere you look. But if you want to follow a group that we too have our faults, we have our flaws. We're not perfect. We're learning as God sanctifies us, as we grow in spiritual maturity. But if you want to follow a group that actually will admit when we're wrong, we've done it by the grace of God. All glory goes to God, but I have publicly admitted on multiple occasions when I got it wrong. I've never heard Trump say that he got something wrong. Right. And to be fair, most public figures, like 99% of them, I've never heard them admit when they got something wrong. But if you want to follow a group that's willing to not just glaze one team over the other, but at the same time isn't laissez-faire, above it all, and we have no team, no, we have a team, America first, Christ is king.
We have a team, except if they do something we don't like. Then we don't have a team. Then they're definitely not on our team. But we definitely have a team, and we're not just taking anybody who will benefit our ideological mission. Don't pay attention to the fact that we call the Pope woke, and then have people like Nick Fuentes who are diehard in the wool trad cats on. But we have a team, and it's ideologically consistent, and that ideological consistency is whatever gets us more attention, basically. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Anyway, this fucking clown shoes chuckle fuck Yahoo was talking about Trump being the antichrist, and saying that Trump might be possessed by the devil. Yeah, I genuinely believe... Whoa, what the fuck happened there? I genuinely believe Trump is currently demon-possessed. Whew. And now this blasphemous idolatry. What on earth is going on with the president? I can only imagine that these people have not paid any attention to anything Trump has done in a decade. How do you see Trump for 10 years? We have heard all of the same things that Trump is doing now as being, excuse me. For 10 years, we have heard all of the same things that Trump is doing now as being positives, as being the reasons why they were drawn to him. That he didn't care about respectability politics, that he was rude, that he, pushed the line, that he wasn't like a regular politician, that he's going to run everything like a business, and that he knows smart people who can help him run shit. And weirdly enough, that this grifter, fucking pedophile, rapist piece of shit has now gotten us into multiple wars, completely unnecessary acts of aggression, doesn't have any plans for any kind of foreign policy, so we're just spending billions of dollars engaged in international acts of aggression that can't even, like, the CIA can't even fucking pretend that it's doing any good, that we're like, oh yes, but we get cheaper bananas now. Like, they can't run the playbook they had back in the last couple decades because Trump is just fucking unhinged. Like, that's it. He only sees things in zero-sum terms of how much he believes it will get him some kind of accolade or attention. But if you've gone through 10 years of supporting that, you straight up, I'm all for people learning. I'm all for people learning and growing and changing their opinions. And like, it's something I've been really fascinated by with regards to Marjorie Taylor Greene, because I do think Marjorie Taylor Greene is a much more genuine actor and a much more genuine person. As horrible of a person as she is, she doesn't have a guile the same way people like Alex Jones, the same way certainly people like, Michael Knowles and Tucker Carlson have. But she is really the only person I've seen have a proper degree of contrition when it comes to Trump. When it comes to not just being like, well, this is too far, but you'll note in her statements that she is constantly saying, like, I can't fucking believe it was this long. I can't believe I supported this. I regret supporting this. I can't believe I gave so much to this person. That is the baseline examination that people need to even just pretending to do, is normalizing the idea of that kind of introspection. And I am not seeing that from almost anybody else in this camp. Maxis Animates 53, thank you for $10. Hey, DD and pals, can we try and steal Trump derangement system to describe his most brainless supporters? For the longest time, I thought that's what it did refer to. I didn't realize it was like meant to be a gotcha, meant to be an own. But yeah, good stuff. I want to hear more about how Trump is Donald Trump the Antichrist. Let's go.
In the name of gain and profit for one's nation and village, Shinobi have hated and hurt each other for many years, from the first to the third great ninja wars and the conflicts in between.
Hey, what? Hey. What the fuck is that from? Is that fucking Naruto, dog? I know that voice.
All of that hatred cried out for power. Thus I was.
So this is, I don't know what the fuck this voiceover is from, but it's being put over like grunglified footage from the Lord of the Rings. That's AI Liam O'Brien.
In the past, I was hatred, and power, and a Jinchuriki. I hated this world and all its people, and thought about destroying both.
Is that like a older Gaara? Because I never watched Shippuden. I should actually go back. I got through the fucking Land of Myths arc. I got like to the Chunin exam arc earlier this year, just on a fucking whim, because I haven't I always wanted to go back. Naruto is one of the only anime I ever had any kind of nostalgia for, so I always kind of wanted to go back and throw it on in the background instead of, you know, rewatching Psych or X-Files for the 50th time. That's so fucking funny that they they chose Gaara, the most edgy of edgy characters. That's crazy.
But then, a single shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village stopped me. I was his enemy, yet still he cried for me. And he called me his friend, even though we had battled.
What the fuck? I'm losing my goddamn mind. What the fuck is this? Lord of the Rings, Naruto, for this 45-year-old dude talking about... That's Grimoire Vice's voice. Fucking thank you. J.M. Polsner. That's what I was like. There's something in the way his voice, like, it crisps at the end that I was like, why the fuck do I know? Like, just a condescending jackass of a voice I'm expecting. Like, that's the thing that's not lining up for me, is just that floating book being like, well, excuse me.
He saved me.
All right, we gotta go past this. This is fucking insane.
There can be no...
Is it fucking footage from the Patriot? What? Whatever, dude. Incredible. This is so embarrassing, dog. The new Christian right, and it's definitely not taking any inspiration from like actual neo-Nazi snuff films that are posted online. It's not conservative fan cam aesthetics. It's like death wave or whatever the fuck it's called, fash wave aesthetics.
Donald Trump has
And you have that hype ass Naruto, the Patriot, fucking Crusaders, fucking Lord of the Rings. You have that hype ass intro, and then we open on this like silly worm looking motherfucker. Crazy.
Lost his ever-loving mind.
Just
he's possessed by a demon. Maybe
he's possessed by a demon. You say, holding your phone. Just the... Oh no, that's the intro. That's the intro to the video. That's incredible.
He's always been this way to some extent. I know that that's true. He's done some good things. And so a lot of people, a lot of conservatives are inclined to defend him and overlook some of his narcissism from the past. But it was there, and it's undeniable. But this is a bit different, right? It's one thing to post from Truth Social or Twitter back in the day, pictures of you, the president, Donald Trump, with Jesus standing over your shoulders, smiling, you know, like you're the divinely chosen instrument in the hands of God to fix the country. But this post, it's already been deleted just as a few minutes ago, this morning. It's Monday morning now, but on Sunday, the Lord's Day, the day that Christians go to church, it was posted. I believe it also yesterday was Eastern Orthodox Easter. So the Orthodox Easter. And Trump posts, not a picture of Jesus standing behind him benevolently or helping him or something like that, but a post of...
It's so telling. Again, it's just, you people don't actually believe this shit. You're so fucking inconsistent that you don't see the problem. You can hand wave away like, oh, Trump, he's just, you know, he's posting a video about being God's chosen weapon as an elected leader. Trump is just posting about having the dictate of the sun god again. No big deal. Like, you're willing to hand wave away the previous incongruences and then be like, but this is going too far. It's like, nah, dog, like this, you let it get to this point. Like, everything Trump does that oversteps some line or norm, he does with the tacit knowledge that he can get away with it or at least back out of it if it gets too risky. And everybody from Trump's own party to MAGA to America First to the fucking Democrats to the people on Capitol Hill, everybody who is not punished at every turn, these incongruences, has enabled this. Like, people need to understand that. He is fully working within the system that he has been given. It is, people want to be like, well, this isn't America. This isn't our... Like, no, this is America. He's just the only one playing with all the rules on the fucking table. Everybody else is like, well, you can't do that. That's cheating. And he'll be like, well, actually, it's not cheating if nobody calls it cheating. If nobody calls you out on it, it turns out you can kind of just do whatever, and they'll just let you do whatever. It turns out nobody... No, what, is somebody going to stop me? Is it... Democrats, are you going to stop me? No? Okay, I thought so. MAGA Republicans, are you going to stop me? No? Okay, never Trumpers, are you going to stop me? No? Okay, Israel, are you going to stop me? You might. I won't cross you guys. But everybody else, who's going to stop me? Nobody. So just shut up, go back to doing your jobs, and let me build my Arc de Triomphe. Let me build another bunker underneath the White House with your tax dollars. Like, this system, I think people are finally understanding, or at least waking up to the idea that it is not just limited to Trump. Awesome 406. He's fairy tale bad guy maxing like mean guy who steals all the pies in town. That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny.
Of Trump himself as a messianic figure, as though he is Christ, and this is posted by his, probably one of his staffers, but regardless, it's from his
probably just
social account. This was posted on Sunday. I'm going to show you the image. There it is. Yes, it's blasphemy. This is blasphemous. Trump looking like Jesus, healing some Jeffrey Epstein-looking dude sitting there on the bottom. And yes, for the record, we're not going to go deep into it, but the angels in the clouds that are supposedly fallen soldiers, who are kind of standing in affirmation support of him. One of them in the middle, if we can pull the image back up for a moment, you'll notice that one of them in the middle, it's like they were trying to go for this cross between a fallen soldier / angel / Statue of Liberty, but it turned out pretty bad. It actually turned out to be a known demonic figure that has several implications. It's not the Statue of Liberty. I think that's probably an accident. We can give the benefit of the doubt, but it's not.
Again, like, just... It's such... inconsistency. It blows my fucking mind. you're sitting here being like, well, Donald Trump is demon possessed, but the fact that the AI made something that looks like a demon, which it just looks like a fucking blob. The AI made something that looks like a demon, but I'm gonna give President Trump, who may be demon possessed, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt because I very seriously believe all this stuff. Also, I think that drag queens are also secretly demons. It's like fucking, like, come on, dude, come on, man. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for 29 months. I cannot fucking believe I've been doing this for over 29 months. That's
no matter how
so
you slice
crazy.
it, the
Thank you
President of the
for
United
being
States
here.
does not need to be posting images from his social media account where he is taking upon himself the image of Christ. Trump has lost his mind. Okay, so all that being said, we're going to talk about the Antichrist because I've seen a lot of posts going on, and this isn't the first time, but it's kicked back up. Certainly, it's flared back up because of this post on his Truth Social. But for a decade now, people have asked the question again and again and again, is Trump the Antichrist? Is Trump the Antichrist? And so I want to give you guys a little bit of doctrine in regards to the Antichrist because there's actually some stuff about the Antichrist that a lot of Christians do not know. And so we're going to be here in the second half of our live stream today. We're going to be talking about the Antichrist and that doctrine, how it's formulated from Daniel chapter 9. Matthew chapter 24, as well as the book of Revelation, not Revelations, but Revelation. Okay, that's how you know. Right now, I'll tell you, a lot of people are going to be posting about the Antichrist. If you see a podcast and he says, "Let me talk to you about the book of Revelations," and he puts an S on the end, makes it plural, feel free to turn off that podcast
because somebody missed. But yeah, okay. Again, love the depth of biblical scholarship where they're like, yeah, we're going to take these books written hundreds of years apart from one another that had nothing to do with each other in subject matter, and we're going to tie them together, and because it's all the same book. It's all the same book, even though it wasn't written by the same people, and even though it was written hundreds of years apart, and lots of it was taken out, passed down, edited, altered over time, and words probably don't mean all the same things, and it's the subject of hundreds, if not thousands of years of biblical scholarship and arguing over these interpretations. But this dude, Joel Webbin, has the exact answers. Can't wait.
Right, that he's never read the Bible a single time in his life. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's not even the name of the book. It's the book of Revelation. It is the revelation of Jesus Christ. So we're going to be breaking down what Revelation says about the Antichrist. Spoiler alert, the word Antichrist is not in the book of Revelation, nor is it in...
Actually, it's called the book of... It's called, like this Hermione ass. Actually, it's Revelation, not Revelations. You fucking twat.
Matthew, nor is it in Daniel. Okay, it only appears...
Sorry, that was so... I just like, they can't help but show what nerds they are. And I mean that not in the affectionate term, in the way that I'm a nerd, in the way that many people in my audience are a nerd. Where there isn't something wrong with liking geeky media or you know, liking a lot of tabletop fantasy or role-playing or anything. It's just they are nerds in the specific way that is, their entire existence they've just made into pedantry. The entire existence consists of them being like, well, actually, didn't you know this? And then, well, like, dog.
In one place, and that's what I'm going to break down first. Right now, without any further ado, Antichrist, as a term, only appears in 1 John. And I'm going to show you two different portions of Scripture, 1 John chapter 2 and 1 John chapter 4, and see if it lines up with Donald J. Trump. So I'm going to do that in just a moment. Second half of the episode, we'll look at Daniel chapter 9, Matthew 24, and Revelation, and we'll talk about the concept of an Antichrist and where that doctrine kind of formulated predominantly from dispensational, premillennial evangelicals. All right, and so we're going to be doing...
Is this one of my favorite things about this brand of preacher is the weird obsessions they have with, like, they have specific regional beefs, you know, like almost like rappers, you know. It's like when because you'll hear when you listen to NIFB, you'll hear them talk about certain preachers and you'll be like, who the fuck is this guy? And you look it up and it's some doughy Pillsbury white dude in the fucking Midwest who just disagrees with them that gay people shouldn't be killed, and they'll call him a heathen heretic who deserves to burn, and he's whatever. The NFB, for example, one of their very specific hangups is over Calvinists. Something I need you to understand. Nobody has given a shit about the opinion of Calvinists in over 150 years. Nobody gives a fuck about Calvinism. They do. For people like Steven Anderson, it's a big goddamn deal, apparently. So it's always funny when people come up with the very hyper-specific, like, strains of evangelicals, or... It's like, At the beginning of Machiavelli, also known as Tupac, bomb first. Or no, bomb second, my first response? Bomb first, my second response. The intro clip of Machiavelli's first album, or main album, talks about Mobb Deep. It talks about Nas. It talks about Biggie and everybody who was on the kind of East Coast that Tupac was beefing with at the time. And that's how it feels if you don't know a rap beef. That's how it feels listening to a lot of this shit all the time. Where it's just like, yeah, I guess you're dropping bars at him. Maybe. I don't know.
That in the second half of the life of David. Let's start where the word antichrist actually shows up in the Bible, the only place that it shows up in the book of 1 John, okay? Chapter 2 and chapter 4. We'll start with chapter 2. This is 1 John chapter 2 verses, we're going to be looking at verse 18 and then skipping forward to verse 22 and 23. So 3 verses here. 1 John chapter 2 verse 18, verse 22 and 23. This is what the Bible says. Children, it is the last hour, and as you have heard, that Antichrist is coming. So now many Antichrists have come. Past tense, they've already come. Therefore, we know that the hour is late. This is 2,000 years ago. Right? This is the Apostle John writing scripture underneath the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. He's saying, the hour is late. You know that the Antichrist is coming. But many Antichrists, plural, have already come. And the fact that many, not just one, but plural, many Antichrists have already appeared and already come, that's one of the things that signifies that the hour, even 2,000 years ago, as John...
Oh, boy. Juliana, excuse me. Juliana, thank you for tier 1 for 32 months. Goodness gracious, 32. I can't believe it's been that long. Somebody just said 29, or somebody's just popped up 29, and that threw me for a little bit of a loop, not gonna lie. Oh,
his writing is already late. Now, skipping forward, what is the Antichrist or Antichrist? Or what does he look like?
So
this is verse 22 and 23.
We won't be
now.
listening
Who
for too much longer.
But he who denies that Jesus is the Christ. This is the Antichrist. He who denies the Father and the Son. No one who denies the Son has the Father, and whoever confesses the Son has the Father also. Now, I want to cross-reference. Keep that in mind. That's 1 John chapter 2, verse 18, 22, and 23. Now, skip over 2 chapters later. This is 1 John chapter 4, and we're going to be looking at the first 3 verses, 1, 2, and 3. 1 John chapter 4, verses 1 through 3. The Bible says this, Beloved, do not believe every spirit, right? You got to have discernment. But test the spirits to see whether they are from God. For many false prophets, it's not exactly the term Antichrist, but we're going to get there. Many false prophets have gone out into the world. Many, not just one, but many. Benny Hinn, Kenneth Copeland, John Hagee, Paula White, right? But it's not just one, to be fair. But they are evil, wicked, demonic, false prophets. They are wolves in...
It's absolutely not fucking jealousy. That's funny. Again, what'd I say? Calling people out by name. Fuck Mobb Deep. If you down with Bad Boy Records, then fuck you too. Chino XL, fuck you too. One of my all-time favorite TikToks was about, oh god, I wonder if anybody probably has that in the stream chat. Oh my god. It was about that section of Hit 'Em Up and being one of the backgrounds. If anybody has a link to that, send it to me. It's one of my favorite fucking TikToks I've ever seen.
Sheep's clothing. Paula White is not a pastor. She is a wolf. She hates the Lord Jesus Christ. She hates the truth of Scripture, and she is leading millions of people to hell, including the President of these United States. She is a false prophet, but she's not the only one. There are many. Just like many Antichrist, that's 1 John chapter 2 that we just read. Now 1 John chapter 4, many false prophets have gone out into the world. By this, you will be able to discern and test and know the Spirit of God. Here it is. Here's the test. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ, right? 1 John chapter 2 said that Jesus Christ is God's Son. If you receive the Son, then you have the Father. And if you truly know the Father, you'll recognize and accept the Son. But now it gets, in 1 John chapter 4, a little bit more specific. By this you will know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses not just that Jesus Christ is God's Son, but that he has, past tense, he has already come in the flesh. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is a trustworthy spirit from God.
Oh, hey, Jesus ain't the only one that likes to come in the flesh. You know what I'm saying? Up high. Come on now. Come on, Joel. I know. Come on, buddy. Come on.
And every spirit that does not confess that Jesus is not from God. This is the spirit of the Antichrist. Not just false
Junie the
prophets,
Taurus, you
but
get
again,
it. Yeah.
Here's the term, Antichrist. What is the spirit of the Antichrist? Any spirit that denies that Jesus is the Son, rejects the Son, and therefore rejects the Father, and more specifically, that denies that Jesus has not come, not a future Messiah that we're still waiting for, but that Jesus is the Messiah, and that he is past tense.
I'm wondering if all of this is just a pedantic way to get around being like, well, no, Trump's not the Antichrist, all because Trump has actually said that Jesus is his. And I'm so excited to get to if he's going to be like, yeah, well, Trump is the Antichrist, and you can tell by the way he's acting, or if he's going to be trying to be like, well, he's now let's not be hasty. He's not the Antichrist, because if he's going to buy into all of this bullshit just to avoid taking a side. This is exactly what I was talking about, where you're seeing people kind of couch their criticisms of Trump in other shit so they don't have to fully either commit to being for or against him.
Already come in.
Thank you for $5, little EP girl. Old joke, but oh, he coming in my flesh? Damn, at least buy me dinner first.
The flesh, the incarnation. Any spirit that denies that denies the past tense incarnation of Jesus.
Also, J. Kung, thank you for $2. Jesus would hate all of these dorks. If Jesus is up there watching, I'm sure he does.
Christ as the divine Son of God. Any spirit that denies that is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you heard was coming, future tense, and now is in the world already. So even at the time of John, the apostle, under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, writing infallible scripture 2,000 years ago, even at that time, he's saying the Antichrist, that is a spirit.
Okay, give me a second. I want to find... All right, here we go. One of my favorite things to learn about is biblical scholarship. I've never done a piece on it because it's not something I've been able to like really dive into, particularly for these things. I've thought of doing a okay, what are the top what are the most cited arguments? Because there's that one Leviticus chapter. There's so many things that get cherry picked constantly for reasons why they're against abortion, gay marriage, all that shit. But when you look into the scholarship behind it, there's not a lot of a historical basis, or if there is, it's hotly disputed. And there's a lot of things in the Bible that are like that. I find that shit fascinating. So I always like to. You're getting a little look into my personal approach. I always like to go in and just kind of see what's up. What happened there? Because if you want to say that the Bible is the infallible word of God, that's fine. But the fact remains that it did not travel straight from God's mouth to your ears. There has been a lot of detours on the fucking way there. Written between AD 90 and 100. Wow. So it wasn't written by John. Let's see, Lincoln, 2005. The Cambridge Companion New Testament. The gospel identifies an unnamed disciple whom Jesus loved as its source and perhaps author. So, okay. 20th century scholarship interpreted the gospel within the paradigm of a Johannine community, but this has been increasingly challenged in the 21st century, and the gospel's historical context remains debated. Most scholars treat the gospel and the Johannine epistles, along with the book of Revelation, as a single corpus of Johannine literature, albeit not by the same author. He was talking about 2 John? Okay. Does this include the 4th? Wasn't there a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John? The 2nd John, written around 90 by the elder. All right, let's go. The 2nd Epistle of John. There we go. All right, so this is from John the Evangelist. Traditionally thought to be the author of the other 2 epistles of John and the Gospel of John, though this is disputed. Most modern scholars believe this is not John the Apostle, but in general, there's no consensus. Shocker. The latter's acknowledgement and rejection of Gnostic theology may reveal a later date of authorship than Orthodox Christianity claims. This cannot be assured by a simple study of the context. Gnosticism beginning and its relationship to Christianity are poorly dated due to an insufficient corpus of literature relating the first interactions between the two religions. It vehemently condemns such anti-corporeal attitudes, which also indicates that those taking such unorthodox positions were either sufficiently vocal, persuasive, or numerous enough to warrant rebuttal in this form. Adherents of Gnosticism were most numerous during the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Whoa. Authorship of the Joanine works. Thank you, Tea with Goblins. Hello. I haven't seen you in a minute. Thank you for $20. It's not specifically Christian, but if you like really thoughtful, in-depth analysis of religion, philosophy, and magic, I recommend Dr. Justin Sledge of the channel Esoterica. I'm going to write that down. Esoterica. Because I love... That's my shit for sure. Nehemiah, thank you for $5. If you're interested, there's a site called Safaria that is every Jewish text with hyperlinks, commentary, etc. It's great for studying biblical stuff. I am going to look that up too. Safaria. Esoterica. I don't know why I went Pauly Shore on that. I chat. I'm as confused about the things I do half the time as you are. I need you to know that. Esoterica. Traditionally been attributed to John. Most scholars theorize he wrote none of them. Though the tradition still has many modern defenders. Yeah, no shit. Some scholars conclude the author of the epistles was different from that of the gospel. Most scholars agree that all were expressed by the same author or school of thought. At the station. The first supposed witness to Joanine theology among the fathers of the church is in Ignatius of Antioch, whose letter to the Philippians some claim references John 3:8 and alludes to John 10:7-9 and John 14:6. But none of these are direct quotations or contain information exclusive to John. Jesus Christ. Polycarp of Smyrna quotes about the Antichrist in his epistle to the Philippians 7:1, a sure reference from the... So that's Philippians. That's often attributed to Paul, right? Church of Philippi. The epistle is one of a number believed to have been written by Polycarp. See, I can honestly, I know everybody else probably finds this boring as shit, but I could honestly dig into rabbit holes like this all fucking day. Because when you go down stuff like this, especially if you get into any kind of Middle Eastern, European history, it just keeps fucking going. I could be here literally all night. El Salve, thank you for another 20. Goodness gracious, thank you, y'all. My confession, I'm the only reason why Trump won his election. I'm the reason why Trump won his election. I was the mastermind behind all this. Why? Just to back about it in LGBT clubs and rage bait the trans women, Tommy mommies into kidnapping me. I'm a chaser. Hey, El Salve. Sometimes there are inside thoughts. Thank you for $20, though. The Goblin Culinarian. Thank you for 100 bits. Celebrating my name change from Fighting Hobbit to Goblin Chef. I've abandoned the path of violence in keeping with the spirit of the Gospel of Naranja Nehemiah, the lost book of the Bible. Blessings upon you. Cover letter, depending nations to which they traditionally the Ignatian epistles are dated to around 108 AD during the reign of the Roman Emperor Trajan, based on the writings of the 4th century church historian Eusebius of Caesarea. However, some modern scholars have questioned this view, arguing for a date in the 130s or 140s. God, I love that shit. Just like the idea of getting in arguments with other scholars over no, you see, but like, because I know at some level it comes down to some real Indiana Jones type shit where it's like, well, this wasn't actually discovered until this time, or oh no, they couldn't have used this kind of papyrus in this region, and oh, like, I love that shit, dude. Rising Again 845, thank you for $2. Tier list of the Ars Goetia demons when. I think I might actually have at least a partial copy of that book around here somewhere. If not, it's weird that we're talking about Gnosticism and like ancient demons because I've also been playing SMT3 again. I want to, one of my weird like sub goals for my year of PlayStation 2 is I want to finish a turn-based PS2 JRPG. That's it. Like, I really just want to finish. I think if I can't finish SMT3, I am going to try and do Final Fantasy X because that's the other kind of big classic that I missed. There's a couple good. A couple. There are a lot of good turn-based strategy games. Not strategy games. RPGs. Have we talked about Hambly? No, not yet. Cebius. Two different Johns must be distinguished. John the Apostle, John the Presbyter. Gospel assigns the Apostle and the Book of Revelation to the Presbyter. States unequivocally, the Apostle is the author of the Gospel. Other scholars note, however, that Irenaeus consistently refers to the author of the Gospel as well as the author of Revelation as disciple of the Lord, where he refers to the others as apostles. Text was spread in Egypt. However, more recent scholarship has shown the fragment may date from as late as the 3rd or 4th century rather than the 2nd century, as was previously supposed. Jesus. Clement of Alexandria mentioned John the Apostle's missionary activity in Asia Minor and continues, quote, as for John the Last, upon seeing that in the Gospels they had told the corporal matters supported by his disciples and inspired by the Holy Spirit, he wrote a spiritual gospel. Origen, when at Regan, Gospel was not widely quoted, so yeah. Authorship. Widely contested. Scholars have debated the authorship of Joannine literature since at least the 3rd century. I like how it wasn't even 100 years before they were like, wait, who the fuck wrote this? John? Which one? That's so good. That's so funny. I mean, thank you for $5, but seriously, if you want in-depth autistic discussions about religion and history, there's no better place to go than Talmud. One of these days, I'll dig into the Talmud. Just for fun, probably. Blake Gunnell, I'd rather listen to the album Caligula from Lingua Ignota than hear Trump talk. That's because Lingua Ignota fucking whips. More necessarily named. A summary of the proposed candidates. So here's who could have written it, and they want to be like, by the way, this deep dive was all in service of being like, but there's no way to know for sure that this was divinely inspired, let alone who the fuck it was actually, like, who was writing it. That was that whole little what the fuck's the word I'm looking for? Detour. God, not diversion.
A collective ethos that embodies the Antichrist, the spirit of the Antichrist, is not something that we're waiting for 2,000 years later at some future time, but has already entered into the world and possessed many individual people, so that many have been false prophets and many have been plural, not singular, plural, Antichrist. Many Antichrists have already at John's time come out into the world, all embodying the one collective spirit of the Antichrist. And what is the specific defining qualities, characteristics of that one spirit of the Antichrist?
Have
it denies
a good one,
Jesus
real
Christ
NIFP
is the Son
parody.
of God, but even more specifically, it denies that Jesus Christ has past tense, not just we're still waiting for a Messiah, future Messiah, but that he has already come into the world and taken on flesh, that the Son of God has come into the world, the incarnation, and taken on flesh. Any spirit that meets that criteria is the spirit of the Antichrist, and that spirit, collective spirit of the Antichrist, can possess many, not just one, but many individual people. And there were individual people who possessed that spirit of the Antichrist at the time of John, and for these past 2,000 years, since then, there have been many more, and there are many still to this day. Now, I'm going to make one final point.
I want one final point, and dog, we have 40 minutes left. How... First off, somehow I don't think it's going to be a final point, but I do want to hear him bring up examples of these other antichrists, because I'm curious if it's going to be like, oh, was it Charles Manson? Was it He wouldn't say Hitler. He wouldn't say Hitler for the same reasons that he has James Fishbeck and Nick Fuentes on his. He wouldn't say Hitler.
Here's the deal. Do I think that Donald J. Trump is the Antichrist? No.
There we go. There we go, chat.
Do I think that he is an Antichrist? Many Antichrists have gone out into the world. Maybe. But even then, probably not. And here's why. Because he's not bad, because he's not blasphemous, because he's... No. He's blasphemous. He's a narcissist. He's arrogant. And in his second administration, he is doing a terrible job. Okay. That said, the Bible is specific. You don't get to generalize and just make it whatever you want it to be. And the only book of the Bible, namely 1 John, that actually uses the term Antichrist and plural Antichrist defines what the spirit of the Antichrist is. And if we're going to go with...
So because, and mind you, he is saying that this is for sure the 100% rubric, and we just read a entire series of articles talking about how nobody, it could be like one of 12 dudes who wrote that shit. Nobody knows for sure. It's probably not the same person. So the idea that it is the divinely inspired, 100% written down, this is how you know this is the Antichrist. And because Trump doesn't fit that, well, I guess he must not be. The hoops these motherfuckers jump through, it never ceases to amaze me.
The Bible's clear, specific definition of the Antichrist, or the spirit of the Antichrist, that can possess many individual people, men and women alike, and did at the time of John, and still does today in our time as well. The specific criteria for an Antichrist spirit is someone who denies that Jesus has come in the flesh. There are many people today who deny that Jesus has come in the flesh, and that he is the Son of God, and who are...
He's gonna... I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude, if he's going where I think he's going. If he's going to try and turn this into, this is about triple parentheses them, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
Deceiving and teaching others that Jesus has not come in the flesh, that he's not the Son of God. In that sense, Paula White would not be one of the Antichrists. She would be a false prophet and a false teacher, but she wouldn't technically be one of the Antichrists because she is not denying that Jesus has come in the flesh. She's denying a lot of other things. She's teaching a lot of terrible, heretical, garbage doctrine, but she does not deny the incarnation and the...
It's interesting to me also that he keeps calling out Paula White specifically, and I think it's more to do with anything, more than anything to do with her being a woman.
Deity of Jesus Christ. There are a lot of people who do. They're called unbelievers. But as far as I know, if we're thinking of national collectives, there are many unbelievers, and all unbelievers, to some extent or another, deny that Jesus is God, deny that he's the Son of God, and deny the incarnation, that Jesus was born of the Virgin Mary, conceived of the Holy Spirit. Pretty much every non-Christian would deny those things. And therefore, every non-Christian, to some extent, does embody the spirit of the Antichrist. But there's not a whole lot of countries, entire nations, that are literally founded on an Antichrist spirit. Right? Brazil is not founded on a rejection of Jesus Christ coming, past tense,
hang on,
awaiting a future Messiah,
hey,
but
chat.
past tense that Jesus
wait
is the Son
for
of
it,
God,
wait for it.
Come into the world in the flesh. That wouldn't characterize Brazil. That wouldn't characterize America, or England, or Spain, or France, or Canada. It really only characterizes one country. There's only one country that at a national level has embraced as a foundational principle the rejection
come on
of the fact that Jesus is the Son of God.
I can hear the fucking parentheses from here. I can hear him from here.
And that's Israel.
He fucking said, let's go, chat. Let's go. I don't fucking miss. You knew it was coming. I called that shit a fucking 1,000 miles off. He hadn't even started transitioning to the next topic yet, and I was like, smells a little racist in here. Oh. Fucking clean. I would say I impressed myself, but it's honestly not that. Like, of course, look at this guy. Of course he's going to be racist. That's fucking crazy. Rise again at 8:45, and boom goes the dynamite. Boom, shakalaka. Magar, thank you for $5. I'm not sure there's a functional difference to most of us between the actual Antichrist and a guy who tries so desperately to be him. Yeah, that's the thing is that, like, Antichrist as a colloquialism, I think, is a more valuable descriptor than this. Because the thing about the mark of the beast, the revelation, the going by what the Bible says, and particularly when you're looking at Revelation and all of the insane shit that John put in there, you're looking at it through this contorted lens where you're already using confirmation bias, essentially. You already believe in God and believe in the Bible enough to go and be like, okay, there is for sure an Antichrist. So then this is what it specifically is going to look like. But it's like Nostradamus. It's like, in a lot of ways, it's like astrology, where it is giving you these incredibly broad things that you can then contort and twist and bend to fit onto basically whatever you want. And you see that a lot with conspiracy theories around, quote unquote, the mark of the beast, right? Whoa. It's got water bottle bukkake. That's crazy. I don't know if I can show that on Twitch. Sorry. Where you have people for so long, like there used to be, way back in the day, they did this. And they've kind of stopped doing it now as tech bros have become more openly fascistic, more oligarchical, where it used to be any kind of technological development. And this was particularly big during the 80s, during the 90s, where you still had televangelists and you still had a much bigger contingent of evangelical Christianity was on these like airwaves before, the internet really blew up. You had a lot of people that would spread these conspiracy theories about the mark of the beast. And this is the perfect example because it's a kaleidoscope. It's a fractal that you can fit fucking anything into and twist it and be like, yes, see, this is proof positive that this is what the mark of the beast is. Mm-hmm. Hobby Lobby doesn't use barcodes. Here's their explanation. That's fucking funny. Little EP girl, thank you for $5. We all knew that, just like Christ, the Jews are also calming. Thank you, little EP girl. Tanner Dude, man, thank you for subscribing. Hobby Lobby doesn't use barcodes. Some have speculated Hobby Lobby, well known for being owned by evangelical Christians, fear barcodes are the mark of the beast, which is mentioned in the final book of the Bible. There in the book of Revelation, a beast is described. The apocalyptic beast would put its mark on all people, and that things could not be bought or sold unless they had the mark. The idea that the barcode is a mark of the beast stretches back to the 1970s, according to Wired. Let's go to that Wired article. It's the mark of the beast, wrote one regular Wired commenter in response to our Joe Woodland tribute, pointing readers to the 16th verse of the 13th chapter of the book of Revelation. Quote, he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their hand or on their foreheads, and that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. So you see, again, you can fit that into so many different new technologies. That could describe fucking Apple Pay. That could describe when biohackers were, having Time articles written about how they're, changing their whatever the fuck by putting magnets in their skin. That could describe public ID issues that Trump fucking wants. Like, it's the thing that tells me again that you're not serious. You're not about this shit and actually applying it to everything, or at least exhibiting caution that if you believe this is a true thing, that it could be this shit, is that they never seem to entertain, at least until now, that this is the shit that Trump is doing. That these are broadly just things that we have looked at and seen as societal trends for hundreds, if not thousands of years, that we've been able to identify that, hey, if somebody gets in power and they force and subjugate everybody to do things their way, that's not a great thing. And they can't just make that connection from something written during the Roman fucking Empire. Yeah, gee, I wonder why something written during the Roman Empire would thematically touch on, like, whatever. They can't make that connection to their modern support for Trump. Come on, man. Come on, man. Anyway.
So is Donald Trump the Antichrist? No. Are there plural, many Antichrists that have already gone out into the world? Yes. Has Donald Trump, who is not the Antichrist, has he, in his narcissism, because of being flattered and just appointing and exalting everyone who tells him what he wants to hear, has Donald Trump, who is not the Antichrist, surrounded himself by many Antichrists, by many Zionists, by many Jews, by many individuals, by Laura Loomer, by Mark Levin, by Lindsey Graham? Like, has Donald Trump replaced all of the Christians that have supported him historically and given precedence to Jared Kushner and all these individuals?
Okay. Actual Christian Deus Vult nationalists like Pete Hegseth, like Stephen fucking Miller, are still ultimately calling the shots. The idea that he's like, oh yeah, no, they've turned us over to Jared Kushner. It's like, no, just anything. What's that people? What's that thing Jesus says about the stick in your eye and the length of wood in yours, or whatever the fuck? Seems appropriate.
As Donald Trump and Susie Wiles, because we actually have guys who we know inside the Trump administration who can vouch for this. Susie Wiles has basically banned for months now.
I love that. We have guys inside. He's doing the Alex Jones thing. He probably is a fucking Twitter mutual with a like a staffer of some kind, and he's like, no, we've got the connects, we've got the hookups.
From like a 200-foot radius from the Oval Office, speaking to Donald Trump, unless they are pro-Israel and a radical Zionist. So Trump has been isolated. Did you ever watch The Truman Show? Jim Carrey? And
why Truman Show is such a fascinating cultural touchstone for so many dorks like this. Alex Jones brings it up a lot too. And I think it's just I think it's the same reason that The Matrix, for them, it is this idea of a synthetic reality, but they cannot apply that in a Baudrillardian sense to any other examination of their life. It can only be in the most simple way of like, oh, it has to be this large, grand conspiracy. And I think it also because a lot of those stories focus on like a central main character who wakes up and sees the secrets for themselves, and that allows them to like impress upon themselves that, yeah, oh, I'm just like Neo. They Live, yeah, Storm Corbett, They Live is another fucking one that's like, dude, if you are one of these dickheads out here being like, no, yeah, They Live is pro conservative and it's anti-liberal, anti-New World Order, probably. It's like, dog, in They Live, a explicitly conservative government organization targets people, and the excuse they use to go in and murder dissidents, people who are forming a resistance, is that they're communists. They if you watch the John Carpenter film They Live, you can go watch it right now. The government literally false flags dissidents by calling them communists to foment public rage against them. It's like it's beat for beat, bar for bar, like the Trump playbook. For that matter, the liberal Biden playbook, by the way.
He thinks he's living his normal life, but everything is syndicated, everything is fabricated, manipulated, right? There's a whole, massive TV crew, and he lives in a literal bubble. That's Trump.
Again, on one hand, how you can say that, oh yeah, no, this is our guy and he's leading the free world, and I voted for him knowing that he was going to be a big boy and put on big boy pants and do all this stuff. But then you're trying to argue that he is also apparently intellectually a child, that he is unable to parse reality outside his walls, which I would agree with. But just because he's always been a fucking moron, that hasn't changed. That's not a new development. And it's on you for not knowing or recognizing that, or at the very least for now trying to use it as an excuse to wiggle out of accountability for advocating for all this shit for so long until it went the way that you just didn't want.
That's Trump. And there's a lot of different speculation for how it happened. Nobody knows for sure. It either happened because he's simply so arrogant that Zionists were just able to flatter him, and then he gave them precedence, and then they boxed out everybody else. So it could be just pride. It could be his age, dementia. It could be straight up blackmail. I mean, don't forget, It wasn't that long ago when Elon Musk and Donald Trump were having their feud. Elon Musk dropped his bomb tweet. The reason why the Epstein files won't be released is because Trump is in them. So it could be that he's blackmailed and that Israel, Mossad, has dirt on him. It could be that maybe, he's in the Epstein files, as many people are, but it's innocuous and he didn't actually do anything illegal. He's just...
Hold on. Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right, chat? Did I hear innocuous? Like he was trying to say innocuous, but said inoculation instead?
It could be that maybe, he's in the Epstein files, as many people are, but it's innocuous and he didn't actually do anything illegal.
Yep, he did say innocuous. Yep, the cynics too, you got that. Innocuous. Great. It makes me so happy when well, I can't be too hard because look, I've misspoken too. But it does make me so happy when dipshits who very obviously pride themselves on sounding so smart and sophisticated, so to speak, trip over their words.
He's just named in them, and Elon just lost his temper and got mad, but it could be that Mossad is like, well, we can't blackmail you necessarily, but we'll kill your family. It could be that. That's a real possibility. So it could be either threats against his family, it could be blackmail.
Mossad says we'll kill your family to the president. Like, how do... It's still a fucking game to these people. It's a fucking LARP. It always is. This isn't any different than the QAnon shit. This isn't any different than just being like, well, and actually Hillary and Huma Abedin, they're being scheduled for execution, and secretly Trump has enacted the plan that's going to stop the New World Order. Like, it's all the same fucking bullshit. Where you're just like, well, actually, like, you cannot just take the easiest to believe out. The fucking off-ramp is right there. That Trump is a pedophile, or at the very least, defends a network or a group of people who preyed on people that he was familiar with, that he was intimate with in some form or another. That Trump is a craven ghoul profiteering off of the misery of untold others. That Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of the faux populist politics that he lied to his own voters' fucking faces about. That everybody said he would lie to his own voters' fucking faces about. Trump doesn't care how many civilians are going to die in the streets protesting ICE. Trump doesn't care how many of you get your fucking power shut off during rolling blackouts. Trump doesn't care how many fucking species go extinct because they're writing out any EPA protections for forested lands. We just covered that the other day. And he has never cared. None of this is fucking new. That's the thing that is so fucking frustrating. While he has deteriorated mentally, his focus is certainly worse. This is all the same shit he was doing in his first presidency. This is all the same shit that people like Russ Vought, people behind the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 were promising to do. This is not new. And the fact that you can look at it and be like, well, I don't know about this. And then try to speculate and sit there and fucking play with your action figures and be like, well, maybe actually. Like, it reminds me of... So, there was this story about Hideo Kojima. And I only say that because I did my Solid Snake voice. But there's a story Hideo Kojima has told before. Where, here we go. I believe it was the opening level of Metal Gear Solid 1. They planned it out with Legos. They built Legos to help visualize the environment. That's what it feels like here. Except he's dead serious. Like, imagine Hideo Kojima putting on a Solid Snake voice and having a little minifigure and tapping him against each other and like, oh no, Vulcan Raven. Oh no. Like, that's what he's fucking doing here. Except this dipshit is doing it with international geopolitics. He's been like, well, maybe, I don't know. I went Matt Walsh there for a second. We don't know if maybe Solid Snake, Hamas, or fucking what? God, I forgot about the. I want to say Mujahideen, not the Mujahideen. Fucking Mossad. We don't know if Mossad has dirt on Solid Snake, and just they're talking about this shit like it's fucking real, man. But the real shit is right here in front of you. Why the fuck? Why? No, it's I'm going to say something as controversial as it is brave. I need you to hold space for me. It's not a fucking mystery. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't think it's an accident that so many of the same people who so fervently believe in the end of the world, who so fervently believe that Jesus is going to come back in the mark of the beast and all of these weird things that they cross over with conspiracy theories, I don't think it's an accident that the most fervent, unhinged nationalists in the Christian faction of American evangelicalism and American tradcaths, I don't think it's an accident. I don't think it's a mistake that they're all fucking unhinged and live in a fake fucking fantasy world. Like, there are too many examples of all those things overlapping. I cannot think of a greater threat to the American psyche, to the healthy mental balance and perception of reality. I cannot think of a greater threat than nationalistic Christianity. It literally rots people's fucking brains. Like they are living in a fake, entirely constructed world far more than anybody else. And it's just like this. It's fucking action figures of angels and devils and demons where everybody, why is this person acting this way? Are they possessed by a demon? No! They're just an evil fucking person. Like, you don't need all of this shit when you have the facts right in front of you, and they're all pointing to the same conclusion, that Donald Trump is an evil bastard. But no, he might be demon. I'm sorry. We're not even halfway through. We're not even halfway through.
It could be dementia because of his age and health, or it could just be as simple as Trump is arrogant. He's done some good things, but he's always been incredibly arrogant and narcissistic. And the Zionists in his administration flattered him when other people are like, I don't know if it's a good idea to bomb Iran.
Nehemiah, thank you for $10. He hates us, but it's literally a 40-day period right now where we're being religiously discouraged from doing things in public because this part of the year is historically the deadliest time to be Jewish. Yeah. Zixony, thank you for 500 bits. Cheering, thank you very much. And Cedar Stress, thank you for following. Everything I don't understand is ghosts. You know what?
Actually, I don't know if it's a good idea to risk World War III. Actually, I don't know if it really is 17D chess to open the strait that was already opened and then close the strait so that we own the strait and then pay. We're going to have to pay
again. If you can understand and be like, well, yeah, Trump has been a little ignorant. It's like, no. He's been a little brash. He's been a little foolhardy in the past. Okay, then what he's doing, you can link it back to that. I agree that Israel has some kind of bizarre leverage that Trump doesn't want to lose, but it probably has more to do with investments, with real estate bullshit, with his plans to fucking level Gaza and rebuild his tacky-ass chintzy hotels on it. Probably has more to do with that than Mossad having some kind of secret dirt.
Fees as we pass it. Like, I don't know if that's smart. It could just simply be that Trump got bad counsel and he felt like it was a good idea. And then other guys who are willing to tell him the truth.
It is endless cope. This guy is such a fucking coward because he wants the same attention. He wants the same, contingent, very obviously. He wants to be cool and considered cool the same way Nick Fuentes is by his little dipshit edgelord basement dwellers. But he doesn't have, A, doesn't have the sauce. B, can't commit to the bit. He's not about this life. He's not about this, yep, fuck it, I knew it, Trump would. If he was a real one, he would be out here being like, yep, Trump is the Antichrist, for sure. Like, that's what would bring in your views. Not this namby-pamby, like, well, maybe. You are couching your criticism of Trump in maybe he's possessed by a demon? And the rest of us have to live in the real world. The rest of us have to live in the world where this guy has an equal vote to the rest of us. Fucking man.
Did that, told him the truth. He didn't like it, took personal offense, boxed him out. The Zionists flattered him, and because of his pride and his ego, all of a sudden, the Oval Office is filled with the Laura Loomers of the world. And the Tucker Carlsons have been...
The Laura Loomers of the world have been there the whole fucking time. What are you talking about?
banished. And so now he's in the Truman effect. He's in the bubble where his whole world is being syndicated, and as he makes increasingly poor decisions, right? The guys, who would tell him the truth have all been boxed out by Susie Wiles, and the Zionists and Jews, who are currently in close proximity to Trump, are the only ones allowed to speak to him, and they just syndicate all the information. Like, oh, well, CNN says you have 100% approval on everything in the world, the highest approval of any president, when the reality is that he's going down in the polls. And maybe he literally just doesn't know. Maybe they're literally just lying to him, like Jim Carrey in The Truman Show. And still, that's not to absolve Trump. Because a lot of guys, people said, like, well, if you...
Drossvids, oh, that guy's a turbo Nazi. Oh, this guy's a fucking hella Nazi. Hella Nazi. He literally, like, I went back to it. I have never seen somebody so pathetically try and ride somebody's coattails as this guy did with Nick Fuentes like a month or two ago. He has had months where he brought in Nick Fuentes to like sit down for a conversation for a couple hours, and he was just clipping 7 to 11 minute clips just using Nick's name and image to get like controversy views. He is an embarrassment. I need to do a deep dive, not a deep dive because there's honestly not much there, but I need to do a summary for him because he keeps coming up, and unfortunately I think he's in this weird part. He's in this weird area of modern conservative commentator where he's not like ascendant, but there are people who are kind of moving out of the spotlight. People are getting tired of people like Tim Pool, and he is on the outer edges, and he continues haunting the edges, the periphery of the conservative and particularly like white Christian nationalist movement. I think he is going to end up being a holdout for a couple years at least.
Say he's demon possessed, then you're still just saying the devil made me do it. You're absolving Trump. I'm not absolving Trump. They could be threatening to kill his family.
You are.
He could be blackmailed because he actually is in the Epstein files, and it's not benign. It's bad. Or he could have dementia. Those are 3 things that are kind of beyond him. But Ockman's razor, the simplest explanation, is usually the...
What did he say? Ockman's razor? Did he? Okay, I need to go back for that. Ockman's razor? Hang on. Everybody, hey, chat, shut up for a second. I need to listen to this.
Is usually the right one. They could be threatening to kill his family. He could be blackmailed because he actually is in the Epstein files, and it's not benign. It's bad. Or he could have dementia. Those are 3 things that are kind of beyond him. But Ockman's razor, the simplest...
Ockman... That's crazy, dude. Ockman's razor? Occam's razor. So there's this thing that happens. This doesn't happen when people read books, by the way, because when you read books, you get a word, right? Like if it's a fake word. This is why so many people or so many kids grew up saying, and again, I hate to fucking reference J.K. Rowling, but this is a good touchstone for it. This is why so many kids grew up saying Hermione instead of Hermione, because it was a name in a book, and if you sound it out phonetically, a lot of kids will go, Hermione, they'll sound it out, and that's what they go with, right? That's why people say that. It's not because that's how you actually say it. It's because they read it. They didn't hear it somewhere. This kind of thing is what happens when you get all of your ideas and all of your knowledge, all your discussion of philosophy from Joe Rogan or adjacent podcasts, where meatheads slurring their words through doses of growth hormone that would kill most horses will talk about things that they vaguely remember from other meatheads telling you about, like, yeah, man, you gotta read Sun Tzu, and there's this thing, on the internet, it's crazy, there's this thing called Ockman's razor, and they half hear it. They half hear it, half remember it, and over time it gets repeated, but they don't actually understand what it is. They never look into it, they never see where it's from, who Occam is, what it actually refers to. And that's how you get people being like, Ockman's razor, if you're wondering.
Explanation is usually the right one. The simplest explanation is he's just arrogant, and he is morally culpable for his pride, his sin of pride. And in his pride, he exalted those who would flatter him and banished all those who would tell him the truth.
There's no way to see that coming.
Are better than the kisses of an enemy. And a wise man knows the difference. But it's quite possible that he's not a wise man. He's a foolish man, an arrogant man. Arrogance makes you foolish. It dims your wits. It makes you less discerning. And in his arrogance, unbridled pride, it caused him to be foolish. He exalted those who flattered him, kisses of enemies, and banished, right, the critiques of friends who really did love him and were trying to help. And now, because the full proximity around Trump, surrounding him, is your Mark Levins and your Laura Loomers, they've syndicated a reality for him to where he doesn't...
No, it's just... You are infantilizing this old, disgusting rapist. Like, does he have... Do you see this as a person with his own internal agency who is able to cogitate the world around him, that is able to make his own choices? Because the way that they are describing him, to try and give him this grace and be like, well, maybe this is what happened. Why is he acting this way? The way that you are describing him, if any of this is true, then at least you need to be honest and fucking regard him as mentally incompetent to be a fucking president. Because apparently, he is as easily led as a cartoon character can be with a fucking steaming hot pie. Like, apparently, Trump is such a dullard that Israel just had to put a fucking pie on an Iranian windowsill to get him to start bombing. Like, that's the level of nonsense cartoonishness you're describing here. Without being able to just say, he's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking moron. He is a cruel, callous, uncaring, unfeeling, selfish dipshit, and he always has been. Oh, man. Magar, thank you for $5. Magar, Achman's razor. The easiest way to determine the true answer is to cut out all the information you don't agree with or understand. Oh, man. He hasn't made any claims to attack yet, but he is. Like he is not making any assertions outside of, because, again, he is not making any assertions because that's the way that he, and to his audience, he is just making content that is not taking a side on this, essentially. So that people can come and watch his video and they can walk away being like, well, yeah, even, I don't agree with this, but maybe he's this and that. He is watching stuff that won't raise too much ire, but may start a fight in the comment section, may get more engagement. He's engagement farming. I understand that. But through the ways he is framing this issue, he is still asserting things, even if not directly. He is still framing it as though Trump is just a helpless, he is at once this powerful leader, and he's so smart, and he's so headstrong, and our America first, and all this stuff. But at the same time, he is also a little babby, and cannot be held accountable. It's actually, you see, it's the Jews around him that are, they're controlling his mind with their Laura Loomers, controlling Trump with her fiendish Laura Loomer magic. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dog?
Even know up or down or right or left. He's being lied to, thinks that he's really popular, and that all the decisions he's making are really great when they're really not. So, Trump is the Antichrist. This is first half of the show. Then we're going to get to Daniel chapter 9, Matthew 24, and Revelation. But first half of the show is this. The only explicit mention using that term Antichrist in the Bible is 1 John chapter 2 and chapter 4. And big key takeaways is this. Number one,
Lime Green Machine, thank you for tier 1 for 2 months in a row. Thank you for being cool. No, thank you for being cool. Oh, no, thank you for being cool. Thank you very much, Lime Green Machine.
Antichrist is not just a singular person, but it's a collective spirit. And it's specifically defined as a rejection that Christ is the Son of God and that he has already, past tense, come in the flesh, the incarnation. And the next big idea is that this spirit can embody many individuals, many antichrists, plural, have gone out into the world. To a lower degree, the spirit of the Antichrist does actually embody all unbelievers, because all unbelievers reject that Jesus is the Son of God and that he's come in the flesh. But at a higher level,
El Salve, thank you for $5. I can't be the only person here who thinks that Joel Webbin looks like Matt Walsh. Oh, no. It's been the most common thing that I hear anytime I watch this dude. Everybody's like, what I thought this was Matt Walsh.
The spirit of the Antichrist certainly embodies those who have built their entire existence, or we could even say an entire nation's existence, on that fundamental principle that Jesus is not the Messiah, he's not the Son of God, and the incarnation is a lie. And that doesn't really describe any nation except for Israel, and people from Israel.
Thank you. A Yang, thank you for $20. He's genuinely melting my brain. You ain't the only one. I want to finish this up. I want to see where it goes. I think I'm gonna stop I'm interrupting so much. We'll get through it.
Or who are beholden to Israel or are obsessed with
Israel.
If
it just stays the same thing, I want to listen to a couple more of the quotes that he gives. But if it's just going to be more of the same, I'll cut bait.
Only people who have any proximity to Trump. So is Trump the Antichrist? No. Is he surrounded by many Antichrists? Yes. Let's go to a commercial break, and we'll come right back. If you've been following our channel, then you know that we've been tracking Saga Metals. It's trading as SAGMF. And
tell me about gold and silver buying. Let's go. Whoo! We got the what else do you got? Do you got like I need like a gun holster? Do you have one of those? Could I get like fucking what else do these dipshits sell? Food buckets? Do you have like a bucket of slop that I can put down in a basement? Did I see what Trump said about Riley? No. If he called her out as a loser, oh God. Oh, that's fucking good. Trump hates Riley. No, well, and I think like Trump, the way in which, again, this is stuff that I've been so many other commentators have been talking about. These are all habits Trump has had for years. But the way in which he just casts aside people who have been so loyal to him, I think it casts a couple different things in different light for people. And one of them is like, again, it shows how little he gave a fuck about like Charlie Kirk and any of that shit. Like the fact that he is willing to, these people who have dedicated in so many ways, dedicated their lives to his stated ideological mission. And he literally just throws them away at the first inconvenience. Does not give a fuck about them. Earlier, all right. Here we go. Conservative activist Riley Gaines says she couldn't understand why Trump posted the image, asking, does he actually like this? She added that a little humility would serve him well, and that God shall not be mocked. When asked if he took the post down because of Riley Gaines and others' criticism, Trump said, no, I don't listen to Riley Gaines. I'm not a big fan of Riley, actually. Here's the thing. I don't think I'm going to be so real. I don't think he knew who Riley Gaines was. Or at the very least, I don't think that at the time he was just like, Riley Gaines. Who the fuck is that? Right? No, I'm not a fan of Riley. I think that's his default reaction to this person talks some shit about you. No, I'm not a fan of her. I think the next time we hear Trump talk about Riley Gaines is going to be scathing. I think it is scathing for Riley Gaines. I think it is going to be him being like, and I heard she placed in 5th place, and that's, folks, I like winners, okay? I like winners. I don't like losers who then go and blame other people. In fact, like the funniest thing would be if Trump was accidentally woke about trans women. In women's sports, just to spite. That will never happen, but just to spite Riley Gaines would be chef's kiss. Richard Cavesa, 1, thank you for following. All right, let's try and finish.
The U.S. and Saga, SAGA, in Canada. Back in January, we covered their massive trade, another type in the world. Security simply cannot form without geopolitics. Largest titanium discoveries North America has ever. To learn more, a special thanks to Saga Metals.
This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. All right, I'm going to keep this simple. Look, I know that you know that I know that you know you're using nicotine. Half of the people listening to the show, you're using some kind of nicotine product.
What the fuck is this, dude? This is embarrassing.
I know this. I'm asking you to start that you're not already spending. America First Company. Right there on the cover, you have a foot crushing the head of the serpent. It's not subtle. These guys are based. They're Christian. They're America.
Buy my fucking based Christian nicotine? Like, they're talking about it like it's one of those like it's a fucking, like it's one of those fruit snacks that come out to tie into like a Marvel movie or some shit. They're talking about it like it's a Lunchable with Scooby-Doo on it. And like they're going, yeah, it's actually, my nicotine's actually pretty big. Like what are you going to do with Christian nationalist nicotine? Are you going to show it to your fucking coworkers? Be like, yeah, it's like, they're going to be like, yeah, cool, dude. You guys know it's actually based because check it out. That's the foot of Christ crushing the serpent's head. That's awesome, Kyle. Cool. Yeah. Whatever you do, don't invite him to the cookout. Don't invite him to the barbecue. No, dude, he every time. You can't talk to him about anything. Like, he'll just start talking about them, and nobody knows who them is. Don't invite Kyle to anything. Kyle, that's the guy with the weird nicotine he always wants to show off. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Come on, man. Infused with holy water is hilarious.
First, they make their product in America. Go to knickknack.com. Use their product, and you will be supporting NXR Studios. You'll be supporting a Christian company. You will be saving 20% on your nicotine purchases.
Ivan X Hours. Oh, thank you very much for 50. I think you missed this message too. Oh, sorry. But this weekend I went to my first art fair. Congratulations. Sold a few of my zines. Felt so fucking good seeing people picking my art. And a lot of artists I admire complimenting my work. Hope batteries are reloaded. And I actually have to thank you, Vesper. Your art tangents have been helping me get out of my art slump and pick up the pencils. Well, thank you. I can't take any credit for that. You're the one who did all the hard work. But that is fucking awesome. Thank you. $2, the Marlboro Man would kick his ass. Well, especially if we're talking Don Johnson Marlboro Man. That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut from my real heads. Ooh, what a movie. What a movie. DD, favorite fruit snack? Probably a dried fruit. I would say I really like dried mango. Dried, like, coconut chunks. Oh, fuck. Those are addicting as hell. My grandparents, when it was a summer in, it was 2012, 2013, where I stayed with my grandparents for like 2 weeks, and they got these, they got some snacks for me because I was, a teenager, would eat everybody out of house and home at the time. And they got these, I can't look at them. I can't look at them. Like dried fucking coconut chunks. They called me like the Green Goblin mask. They're too good. Too good.
Use my promo code. It's all caps, JOEL.
Dried apricots. Apricots are good.
Knickknack.com.
Radical Christian nationalist pastor, Joel Webben.
I'm going to talk about Joel Webben. Joel Webben has been excellent.
Oh man, I need to. Okay, I'm gonna try and save this because this is the kind of like style I want to mock with my next intro video. Cringe, dog.
All right, we are back. Wesley Todd, our very own, he's going to take it and give us a theological kind of 30,000-foot view of the idea, the modern, because it is modern idea of the Antichrist being a singular person that comes at the end of the age using...
This, by the way, this is the same dude. Joel Webben believes in like giants and Atlantis. Like this is one of the many reasons I need to do a video focusing on him and his history. Because right before he started doing the Nazi pastor shtick, he was doing the like ancient aliens, are Anunnaki real? Does the Bible talk about Atlantis? Like that was his fucking thing. Before he was dick riding Nick Fuentes, that's what he was fucking doing.
The only collection of passages in the Bible that are used predominantly by dispensationalists to make this argument, and that would be Daniel chapter 9, Matthew 24, and parts of Revelation. But I want to just make one point real quick. And I know this hurts because people are like, man, the Antichrist, Trump is the Antichrist. Here's the deal. If you want to not look stupid, I'm going to give you a pro tip. If you want to not look stupid, because you've been recently J-pilled in the last 15 minutes.
J-pilled. Buddy, if you want to not look stupid and you're talking about a J-pill, too late. Game over, man. Game over. Like you're fucking... You're strung out on stupid, dude. Like, you need Narcan for the level of stupid in your fucking system. Sitting over here being like, if you don't want to be called stupid, but you've been recently J-pilled. Too late. Too late.
And you're realizing, oh my goodness, like Paula White is a radical, dispensational Zionist, false teacher in the ear of Trump. And dispensational Zionism is a plague on these United States. Okay, I'm with you. I agree. But if you don't like dispensational Zionism, you need to recognize that your idea, the modern idea of the Antichrist, being a singular figure who comes at the end, that's a dispensational idea. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You want to reject the stranglehold of Israel over the United States. It's using false theology in order to guilt evangelicals to voting for pro-Israel GOP candidates.
Doug, the crazy evangelicals are doing that shit. Like, have you seen assholes like Randy Fine? Have you seen craven sociopaths like Lindsey Graham? They will be baying for blood at the drop of a hat. You don't need to entice them.
Again and again and again, so that our sons go and die and bleed out in the sand in the Middle East fighting Israel's wars. I'm with you. I want to reject that too, but you got to reject the whole thing. And the modern notion of a singular figure being the Antichrist who comes at the end of the age, right before the return of Christ, and ushers in, a world global order, that is a dispensational Zionist idea. Okay.
All right. Well, there is this archetypal figure that lives in the imagination of the American evangelical.
Great archetype. Oh my God. This is a grungle if I've ever seen one. This is... Sometimes in these movements, you see, speaking of archetypes, as this person is, you see trends in the kind of physical aptitude, the physical, what's the word I would look for? Form. Let's just say physical form. Let's go there. Let's not get too weird with it. They remind you of these archetypes. I've used terms in the past like, peasant coded. To me, this is like Igor coded. Like, this is somebody, when they popped on screen, I went, ah! Like, I half expected this dude to be like, it's pronounced Igor. Like, this is somebody who needs to be dragging large electrical cables and electrodes up rain-slicked castle stairways, mumbling to themselves about how if this one does a good job, then Master will reward me for my efforts. Master loves me. That's this kind of face. Okay? That's the kind of life somebody like this is born for. Worm tongue coated? Yeah. Vizier looking ass? Exactly. This motherfucker was born. He came out of his mom with his fingers pitched like this.
Hal Lindsey's 1970 book, The Late Great Planet Earth, and Tim LaHaye's Left Behind series. And that is the figure of the Antichrist, the embodiment of evil. He's magnetic, he's charming, and he makes peace with all of these nations. But then it's revealed that all of it was a lie, and he sets himself up as the being, as the person, as the one who's going to be worshipped as God. And to even give the devil his due right at the beginning here, there's some parallels with, again, the dispensationalist version of end times eschatology and Trump. This is someone who makes peace, and specifically peace in the Middle East, peace with Israel. We talked about the rebuilding of the Third Temple a couple weeks ago with Dale Partridge and Calvin Robinson. That's a key portion of, again, dispensational end times prophecy, that an Antichrist figure is going to come in. He's going to broker peace. The Third Temple.
All right. They keep talking about dispensationalism. Somebody's talking about it in chat. Let's go over some definitions. Interprets the Bible literally, organizing history into distinct eras during which God interacts with humanity in specific ways. All right. Hold to a literal interpretation of the Bible as the best hermeneutic. The literal interpretation gives each word the meaning it would commonly have in everyday usage. Allowances are made for symbols, figures of speech, and types, of course. It is understood that even symbols and figurative sayings have literal meanings behind them. So, for example, when the Bible speaks of 1,000 years in Revelation 20, dispensationalists interpret it as a literal period of 1,000 years, the dispensation of the kingdom, since there is no compelling reason to interpret it otherwise. So they are saying that, like, shit is open for interpretation, which is funny when you take into account the fact how many times they've been like, well, this is the word of God. Like, this is the unchangeable, perfect word of God. So that is, for people who need it, that is the dispensational definition. Thank you, El Salve, for $10. Who else is going to bet that Trump is going to do something stupid again next week, reaching 10 weeks in a row? And what will it be? It's going to be another fentanyl crisis. Come on, I hope it's a fentanyl crisis for Trump.
is going to be rebuilt. Sacrifices are going to be resumed. And then he breaks that covenant. He himself desecrates the temple. Even worse judgments are poured out. And you can kind of see if someone grew up thinking that. I remember hearing, is Barack Obama the Antichrist? Is this him? Is he going to magnetically do peace in the Middle East? Is he going to fix it all and then break it at the end of time? Trump, we know he restored the embassy to Jerusalem as a recognition of Israel's sovereignty. So there's something there to say, hey, if we're really expecting at the end of time for someone to come in and to influence world politics and be seen as this incredible personality that somehow made all of these wars go away, there's actually something to be said there. They're going to have a focus on Israel. I mean, that's Donald Trump. But here's the deal with Antichrist. Joel mentioned he expounded 1 John. That is the only book in the Bible that explicitly mentions the word Antichrist, where we have this concept of someone brokering peace, restoring sacrifices, requiring the mark of the beast to buy and to sell. We're actually combining about 4 to 5 different concepts from across the Old Testament, from Jesus' prophecies in Matthew, from John's vision, the Apocalypse in Revelation, and the book of 1 John. So you're taking 5 different concepts everywhere, you're combining them into one person and saying, this figure, he'll do these things that are all prophesied back in Daniel. He's the abomination of desolation in Matthew 24. He's the Antichrist in 1 John, and he's the beast that exalts worship of himself as worship of God, requires a mark, requires allegiance, even to be able to buy a loaf of bread. But when you get into each passage, when you look at all of them, you say, well, actually, no, here in Daniel, it's talking about this. And here in Matthew, Jesus is talking about this. And here in Revelation, we're talking about this. And so we're not going to do a 2-hour lecture on this, but I want to go to Daniel chapter 9. We talk a lot about Matthew 24, but Daniel chapter 9,
just
first of all,
one
is
hour.
an incredible apologetic for the Bible. In the book of Daniel chapter 9, Daniel's in prayer and he's visited by an angel. And remember, the people of Israel are in exile at the time. They're in Babylon. They're without the temple. They're without Jerusalem. And an angel comes to him and he says, 70 weeks have been apportioned for you and for your people. And he actually predicts, he says there are 7 sevens. So that's going to be 7 weeks. That's going to be 49 years. Each of these weeks is considered as years. 49 years. And then 62 sevens, 62 times 7, 434 years. Those first 49 from the decree is rebuilding of the temple.
Okay, again, this sounds completely... It's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. You are taking your own fake book. And if you want to say, like, okay, this means that Jesus is this or this person is the Antichrist, whatever. But if you're going to sit here and be like, a week is actually a year or 100 years or whatever the fuck you said, you need to explain that leap in goddamn logic.
434 years is the period of time after this. This maps to 483 years. Well, it actually turns out from the decree of Xerxes to rebuild the temple to the public ministry of Jesus is 483 years. So you have an incredible prophecy. I mean, the United States has only been around. We're just coming up on 250 years. So this would be another 250 years prior to the declaration of the independence.
Now, again, they want to make it seem like, oh, well, this was all written in Jesus' time. But as we looked at earlier, there's a lot of disputes about if these things were written like 100, 150, 3, or even 400 years after Jesus died. So this thing where they want to be like, well, you see, this is why it's obviously true. It's like, you look into it a little bit, the scholarship around it is like, no, probably not.
That someone prophesied, someone's going to come. The prince is going to come to his people. He's going to make a covenant. He's going to die in the holy city. And that prediction coming true to just about the year. So first of all, when you read Daniel 9, it's highly debated. There's lots that's in there. But the first thing is it's a strong apologetic for biblical prophecy. Strong apologetic for the inerrancy and the inspiration of Scripture. That all the hundreds of years prior to Christ, Daniel was looking ahead to the prince that was coming. The one who's going to renew the covenant and the climactic end of the old covenant that was made with the Jews. Now, if you read Daniel chapter 9, you have the 7 sevens, and you have the 62 weeks, and in this final week, this is where all dispensational theology hinges on, you have these last 7 years. And in the middle of these years, you have this figure, you have this prince that it says is cut off and has nothing. And then he makes a covenant with many, and he puts an end to sacrifice. Now, what figure is cut off, puts an end to sacrifice, and makes a covenant? Well, that figure is, historically the church has taught, is Christ. It's not the Antichrist. Daniel chapter 9 does not mention the Antichrist. What Daniel chapter 9 does mention is the king. And then it mentions a second element, which is the abomination of desolation. And the abomination of desolation is referenced by Jesus himself in Matthew chapter 24, as well as Luke chapter 21. So in Matthew...
This is like, I feel like I'm just listening to a like Warcraft, or not Warcraft, Warhammer like lore video. That's what's happening right now. Like you're telling me about tech priests and servitors. You're telling me about the God Emperor did this and actually, and then the Chaos Lords did this. Like, I'm just like, yep, sure, But Marnius Caligar, that's a guy's name I know. The fucking the 3-armed dude. What shoots pew pew. Like that's another guy I know.
24, Jesus is saying the temple is going to be destroyed, and not one stone is going to be left upon another. And when you see the abomination of desolation, Luke 21 records it as when you see the armies drawing close, flee to the hills. And Jesus himself explicitly says when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by the prophet Daniel.
This guy I do not care about. This guy is just like this malformed. Like he in this image, he looks like they tried to turn Michael Knowles into the Penguin. Like that's what he looks like right here. Like, if you took the weird little greasy penguin from the Gotham TV show and Cronenberg flied it with Michael Knowles, this is what you would get. Okay. What is Tiber Septum showing?
Now, if you've been listening to our show for any length of time, you know that we view Matthew 24 as largely having been fulfilled.
He looks like if Michael Knowles was on that shit, that like when Val Kilmer gets tuberculosis in Wyatt Earp, and every frame he just looks like he's about to fucking die. Like, oh, great fucking movie. But every time Val Kilmer is on the screen for the last half of that movie, the dude, like, and he does a great job acting, but he is just wet. He's always wet. He's sweaty. He's slimy. He's super pale and pallid, and he looks like he's just gonna die. He's giving me a little TB. He's giving me a little TB vibes. Tombstone. That's the one. Fuck, not Wyatt Earp. My bad. The other 90s Wyatt Earp movie. Rise Again, $8.45. Thank you for $2. Sir, I just need to know if you want fries or not. Oh God, my dad would kick my ass too for not knowing the difference, for mistaking Wyatt Earp for Tombstone. That's funny.
Jesus made an incredible prophecy. He said this temple, Jerusalem, is going to be sacked. It's incredible. As the fires burned and the temple was destroyed, the gold ran down all of the stones. So the Romans, to extract all of the stones or all of the gold,
I don't fuck with this dude.
The dispensationalists instant.
It's really convoluted. You can imagine just like your good old like dispensationalist in the middle of Alabama trying to make sense of this with him.
Conflating all of it.
Right, him and his Bible. Yeah.
Did you say that 2 Thessalonians what?
Yeah, chapter 2.
Can you read the text?
Yeah, so starting in verse, I think it's 5. Do you not remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things, and you know what?
The actual law of God, and had added so many commandments of men, traditions of men, and overrided the law of God, the very man, the high priest of the priestly sacrificial system in Israel, who should have embodied the law of God, had become so degraded that he was referenced the man of law.
I'm willing to bet. I skipped a bunch of it because I don't give a fuck about these other two yahoos. I barely give a fuck about this guy. I'm willing to bet this is all going to turn towards, and because it's all kind of been leaning there from the beginning, but that this is all going to end up being about the Jews. And yeah, that's my bold prediction for the next couple minutes of this.
Lawlessness. So I think the man of lawlessness is the high priest in Israel. It's a Jewish high priest who was lawless at that time, and modern Jews today are even more so. And so there are many men and women of lawlessness.
Thank you for $10. Lord have mercy,
Israel,
the hairline.
rejection of Christ. And then again, the beast, I think, is a reference of Nero.
Yeah, and I was just to add to the high priest example of the man of lawlessness. I didn't read this, but I'll start with 3. For the day will not come unless the rebellion comes first, and the man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of destruction, who opposes and exalts himself against every so-called God and object of worship, so that he takes a seat in the temple of God.
Yep, takes a seat in the temple of God. Yep. Any other thoughts?
I just really liked what you said on Friday, that we thought Trump was the man. And we thought he was the man because we lived in an age that men had convictions. They really did. Right. They were principled men. You would not find them cheating on their wives. You would not find them procuring an abortion. They stood on principle, but they lacked courage. And we loved Trump. And guys, I'll just say for myself, I loved him so much. I voted for him 3 times. I risked going to jail to be there on January 6th. I've been to Trump rallies. There was a point as a little...
Yeah, no shit. Look at you, dude. You got January 6th written all over you.
...nerdy that I made in my phone background because he embodied what so many of us lacked at the time, which was courage. He stood up and he stood out.
This is such a chicken shit way to try and apologize. Like, that's the other thing. Just admit you got fucking conned. Just admit that you were a dipshit and you fell for it. You got conned. You were tricked. You were swindled. You were bamboozled. You could say manipulated. I'll even give you that. But it is beyond, like, have you no self-respect? To be like, oh no, actually the reason why I like Trump was because he was courageous. No, actually the reason I like Trump is because he was saying stuff real loud that I wanted to say, and because I was, I couldn't say all the slurs that I wanted to say on the college campus that I was on. So I voted for Trump so that hopefully I could, because I wanted to end woke. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That Trump was courageous. That you voted for him because you thought he had, or no, you didn't vote for him because you thought he had convictions, is that you mistook that for being courageous. Even in their explanations of why they were fucking duped, why they were swindled by the most obvious con man in political history, even then, they cannot help but degrade themselves, debase themselves, because it just makes them sound like children, just dum-dums, who cannot think for themselves, who need to be told what to do by a big daddy alpha. Like, maybe that's where all the Tucker Carlson, like, oh, daddy shit came from. Is that, no, they are all fucking betas. They all just want somebody to fall in line behind. And they can't even admit when they've been bested. All right, chat. I have covered, I think, enough of this. I'm done with that. I'm very tired of that person. Let's go over the Swalwell stuff. Then we'll go over the quartering thing. Oh, I completely forgot. Yeah, the quartering apparently has a cuckold thing. We were live on stream when somebody told us about the quartering thing. And we went to check it out, and we watched a little bit of the Kino Casino stream, but I don't really fuck with those guys, and they were kind of all over the place, and I didn't want to just wait for them to get back on topic. So the idea, I'm not surprised by whatever will happen, because the quartering, like so many other people in this kind of anti-woke space, is somebody who has always come off as a degenerate in private. And I mean that in the way that those people will call queer people degenerate. Those people will call sex workers degenerate. Those people will call anybody who consumes this kind of sexualized media, or any sexualized media, they'll call, oh, you're a degenerate, you're a OnlyFans girl, like all that shit. But he has always struck me as somebody who's like, no, you have some shit in your porn folders that needs to be investigated. Like, going back to even the fucking, the infamous quartering thing where he was like, yeah, no, that he was basically giving people advice on how to hide CSAM. Like, the shit, and yeah, Sushi Mondi, he says incredibly creepy things to women. The shit he said to Melanie Mack a couple weeks ago, like the way he acts around her is really fucking weird. He's just a weird fucking dude. If you can believe such a thing. Eviscerator 1441, as a Magic player, feels so bad that we released the quartering to the rest of the world after he got banned from the game. He was at least isolated within the Magic community. Where's the Vesper cuck dominations? I want that. Not my thing at all. Not my thing. Very unsurprising thing, even if his wife is a lot younger than him, he's the one type of guy you'd meet if you're a bull. He's one type of guy you'd meet. Yeah. Yeah. I don't kink shame. He was into the racist. Okay, so I didn't know this. I haven't done a lot. I've been kind of waiting to react to the whole thing live for you on stream. So the fact that there might be like a BNOW, whatever. I don't know how to fucking spell it. That there might be some of that bullshit here would be incredible. And so another thing, people don't bring this up enough. Hey, it's Vadim has done some really good one of the reasons that I haven't done, have I done a video on the quartering? I don't even think I've done like a stream. We've covered him a couple times on stream, but I don't think I've ever done like a stream highlight video looking at his stuff. One of the reasons why I only really mention the quartering is because I feel Hey, it's Vadim has done such good, succinct work summing up how he argues, how he fucking lies. That it's really no need to recover that ground. Go watch Hey, it's Vadim's videos on it. But one of the things that I have long, fixated is too strong a word, but I have long held in my mind regarding Jeremy was the fact that for so long he would lie/joke about having two black dads. Like he would make, you know, homosexual or not homosexual, homophobic jokes and be like, no, it's okay because I have 2 black dads. Which is so obviously a fucking lie. It's such a weird thing. It's like, oh my gosh, Gramulia, holy shit, Anthony, thank you so much. For how many? Goddamn. Thank you for 10 memberships over on YouTube. Thank you. Bruce Magson, thank you for $10. I'm remembering the Jim Jeffries joke about I understood everything he said, and he said it loudly. Thing about Trump supporters. Yeah, that's basically it. Honestly, it's there's something to, and again, I'm in this space where I'm getting ready to edit a new kind of longer video essay on our culture and how people, you know, utilize the attention economy and all that shit. And one of the things that I talk about is how the same culture that gives rise to people like Clavicular is the same culture, is really only can happen to a culture that would allow somebody like Donald Trump to ascend, where it is just being as loud, as abrasive, as rude, and calling as much attention to yourself as possible as justification for you being famous. Not actually anything you've ever done. Not actually the dubs you can put on the board. Just how loud you can be. How disruptive you can be and be like, see, I'm shaking it up. Ooh, I'm a renegade. Ooh, I believe. Like you can just, oh, it's crazy. Anyway, tip my cannabis people like $5 a day. I gladly tip TT the same for doing good stream. Thank you, XOXO. I always tip my cannabis people. We have a shop here that we go to, and every time I it's one of those things where I generally, especially if I have like a little bit of money, if I just got paid, I generally try and tip pretty well. Very rarely, even when I feel like I don't think I've ever not tipped somebody because I felt slighted. You know, I've never been like, oh, they didn't pay attention. Like, give them a couple bucks if they're working at a fucking restaurant. They're probably busy as shit. If nothing else, tip. My philosophy is tip for people who didn't, and that goes double for like cannabis workers. Because I know all day those people are like, I will tip, just be like, oh yeah, keep the change, and it's like $1 or $2 on a 10, and they'll be like, thank you, thank you so much. Like it's because I know that nobody fucking tips people, and nobody tips them specifically. That they got a bunch of broke bitches going in there all day. All right. Yes. Sorry. I need to. All right. I'll be right back. I got water. I got that. And we will be. Yeah. I'll just be right back. Don't go anywhere. And I'll see you in like 3-5 minutes. And then we will get to the You know what? I'll workshop it. We'll be right back. All right, don't stop. Don't say foothole anymore. We're back on camera. Foothole? All right, and be careful because you are on camera.
I'm not on camera.
You're not on camera. You could be. Will you slip and fall the wrong way? You gonna be on camera.
You can see my new tattoo.
Oh. All right, who we got? Bruce Magnuson, Story Wolf, thank you for subscribing. Ratatosk the Silent, thank you for following. Senorita THC drink got me pretty high for a long time last night. First time I tried a THC drink. Didn't know they were legal, so I was surprised to see it at the liquor store. First time I ever had, funny enough, first time I ever had a weed bevy was actually a John Mulaney show I was traveling to with family. And I was so fucking tired. I was so tired, but they were legal in Portland. And where was it, Portland? It was somewhere in Oregon. That Mulaney was doing a show. And to the point where, like, they had them in, like, the hotel lobby. It was crazy.
What year did you go see John Mulaney?
God, it was... Jill and I had already separated. So... but...
It was more recent than... I saw John Mulaney.
Well, no, so I went with my ex-wife. Because we had already made plans to go, like, well in advance of us separating. And we were, we were still hanging out and friendly and stuff at the time.
Yeah. I was just asking if it was, like, 2018.
No, it was later than that. It was after his, like, breakdown and relapse and stuff.
Oh, then yeah, because... Yeah, I saw him in 2018. I was in college.
Cedars Trees, every weed drink I've had has been mid to might have been a scam. You're drinking the wrong. You need to get on those Mary Joneses.
Yeah, those are 100 milligrams compared to like 10 milligram ones. And if you're like a pretty heavy stoner, like I smoke every day, so the 10 milligram edibles don't do jack squat for me.
Alrighty. Baby, would you do me one last favor? Thank you. For keeping me hydrated. I'm going to put this out.
What? Just give it to me, I'll put it out.
Okay. Oh, thank you, baby. Are you... Don't be talking about how many femboys are in the Discord. What the hell? All right, let's go. Let's cover some other stuff. The Eric Swalwell thing has been fucking nuts to watch. I'm gonna be real. Eric Swalwell, Democrat, California, announced his resignation from Congress on Monday after which also might be the first. So, when allegations like this come out, generally people try one of two things. They try either fighting it, saying, oh, this is baseless and defamatory. And hey, sometimes that shit is true. Sometimes there are people who get falsely accused. When that happens, though, and this is the reason why I always err on the side of the accuser, when that happens, though, it becomes public, and it's usually pretty quick. Because the truth, if you can furnish the truth, you bring it out to clear your name as fast as possible, it goes back to, everybody goes back to normal. What Swalwell tried to do was get out in front of this and be like, well, this is weird, absolutely not true. But it really seems like the evidence was so compelling, people were like, nah. Tony Gonzalez, a Republican Texas, has been dogged by allegations he has had an affair with a staffer who later died by suicide, said in post to X on Monday he would file his retirement from office when the House returns on Tuesday. Crazy. Swalwell announced his resignation while still denying the allegations made against him in recent days. Again, court of opinion type shit, and I understand that's not... I understand court of public opinion is not the proper way. Like, there's not a proper way to regard the justice system. I've been reading... It will shock you to know I've been reading some weird out-of-pocket shit, but I've been reading Michel Foucault's Discipline and Punish. So the weirdest thing in the world, but Michel Foucault's Discipline and Punish, I decided to do shortly after reading it, or shortly after starting to read it, because I'm a little over halfway through. I decided that one of my next essays is going to be on The Suffering 2. I want to kind of do another media analysis essay with something a little bit more obscure. I haven't done any like more game-focused content in a while. And it was such a weird convergence of my niche interests, hobbies, whatever, because there is literally a chapter in the game called Discipline and Punish. Hey, lady, knock it off. Foucault, some of the most difficult readings I've done. It's heady stuff. I was bouncing off of Anti-Oedipus for a little while, and I would say that is probably the one that I'm like, I have to be in a mood to, I have to be not only in a mood, but I have to be like entirely focused, because I get it, but to read it and actually cogitate the way all of the phrases and words and everything roll together, Anti-Oedipus is one of those things. So I get it. I know what that's like. Meow. What? Hey, baby. Yeah. Could you give Grandma her goop? Okay. Thank you. Oh, for anybody who doesn't know, that's what we call my cat and what we call giving her food. So if anybody was confused by that, I am not actually feeding goop to a grandmother.
No, it's goop.
It is not goop.
It's goop and she's really grandma.
She's okay, but she's so into it. She listen to goop. Nom, 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 nom. All right. Came to Congress in 20. God damn, he's young. Briefly ran for president in 2019. San Francisco Chronicle reported on Friday, former congressional aide to Swalwell. So yeah, let's go talk about that, because I've been so. There was a really weird couple of days over the weekend where I didn't get to stream the way I wanted on Friday, because I had to go to Koa. Koa did a drag show, and I had to, obviously not going to miss that. Sorry, love y'all, but not going to miss that. But I then didn't get to then stream Saturday or Sunday because I had a very busy weekend. And that meant I haven't covered hardly any of the shit that's happened in the last couple days. And yeah, the San Francisco Chronicle thing, we'll look into that as well. CNN also reported on Friday that 3 other women alleged various kinds of sexual misconduct by Swalwell, including unsolicited explicit messages and nude photos. You gotta be a next level you have to be next level fucking delusional, power drunk delusions of grandeur to send unsolicited sex pics as somebody in a position of prominence and power. Like, what the fuck? XOXO Forever X, thank you for becoming a member. Resignation came amid growing calls for his expulsion from his congressional colleagues over the weekend, and the House Ethics Committee announced on Monday. Gonzalez, who admitted to the affair of not running for election. Turns out, people are pieces of shit on both sides. Who would have guessed? The Lime Green Machine, thank you for 200 biddies. I went to a stoner burlesque show in drag over the weekend, and I'm planning on performing in drag a few times in the next month. Love hearing you love drag. I like drag. I am not... Ko is obviously way more into it than I am. I've never done drag. I have no real desire to do drag. Have a good one. Ko to Anthony. Yeah, give me 1 second. I will be right back. Sorry, I had to refill ladies' water. Thank you, El Salve, for $10. Since you were raised Christian, how do you continue to live your life? I grew up, was raised a devout Christian. I always wanted to remove myself from this world. I hated my teen years. I mean, yeah, me too. I get that. It's just a lot of deconstructing. I think one of the things that really does help me, to better understand people's mindset, because it's not just for myself and understanding why people think these things, why we're drawn to certain ideas, but understanding why other people, will then apply those ideas. I think reading a lot of philosophy and even just like speculative fiction or absurdist fiction, like things that study the state of the mind. I read Life of the Mind by Hannah Arendt last year. That was such a good look into kind of the history of the study of cognition. I talked about this a couple months ago. And I would say just like reading has helped me unpack, because I don't even know if I want to, it's not like, trauma is such a heavy word. It's not like I was, Carrie, I wasn't locked in a closet or anything like that. I just had a strict Christian parent, which so did a lot of other people. I don't think it gave me trauma, but I think it gave me a lot of stuff to unpack and a lot of stuff to deconstruct on my own. If that makes sense. All right, so here is and warning, by the way, content warning for this going ahead, because this shit does get heavy. Woman who worked for nearly 2 years for Representative Eric Swalwell, leading candidate for California governor, said she had sexual encounters with him while he was her boss and alleged he sexually assaulted her when she was too intoxicated to consent. Late Thursday, attorney for Swalwell sent a cease and desist letter to the woman saying she, quote, made false statements accusing him of sexual assault and unconsensual sexual encounter, threatening to sue her if she did not retract her allegations. God. Woman said Swalwell began pursuing her. I hate saying his name. It's the two W's that just trips me up. Pursuing her within weeks after she was hired at age 21 to work in the Democrats' district office in 2019. Messaged her on Snapchat, she said, and sending images of his genitals and seeking nude pictures in return. Swalwell, who is married and 17 years her senior, tried to kiss her in her car when she drove him home from a donor meeting. God. Ugh. A fucking pig. 2019, the woman said Swalwell invited her out for drinks, and she became so severely intoxicated she couldn't remember the rest of the night. Woke up naked and could feel the effect of vaginal intercourse, said Swalwell distanced himself from her, and the relationship faded. Five years later, she attended a April 2024 charity gala. The woman, who no longer worked for Swalwell, said they met for drinks afterward, during which she became so inebriated that she remembers only snippets, including pushing him away and telling him no while he allegedly forced himself on her. Bleak. Many of the supporters began to revoke their endorsements. Schiff, Galeo, and more than a half a dozen congressional colleagues. Several hours after the Chronicle published that woman's account, CNN published a story that included allegations from 3 more women of inappropriate behavior. One woman told CNN he kissed her and touched her leg at a bar, later found herself in his hotel room without knowledge of how she got there. 2 others said he sent them unsolicited photos. The woman who spoke with the Chronicle also spoke with CNN. Swalwell also denied it. See, that's the shit that for me is like, okay, this feels too real. Like, it feels too... The Predators use the exact same approaches. They have their moves, as the fucking manosphere dipshits would say. Within a few weeks, as she drove Swalwell back to his hotel room, tried to kiss her when she resisted, noting he was married. The woman said he suggested that their Snapchat messages had been leading towards this. Ugh. Hello, Kidman. Invited her and a group of friends to join him and an advisor at Haps, a steakhouse in downtown Pleasanton. The women had been drinking before the gathering. Swalwell bought her more alcohol when she arrived. She said she became so inebriated she does not remember how she left the restaurant. Only she woke up the next morning in Swalwell's hotel bed naked. She also has a brief recollection of him sucking her toes, which she said disgusted her. Jesus. Ugh. Piece of shit. All right, one last fun thing. I say that lyingly. House Republicans push bill forcing states to stop acknowledging trans people in schools. Now, there are multiple looming economic crises happening, not all at the same time, but there's a lot of overlap. It's a lot of Venn diagrams happening. No, we have not talked. Well, we talked a little bit about the warehouse fires. Nah. You know who probably has? Leah Miller might have a good video. No. Leah Miller might have a good video on warehouses. Hey, Dice Mistress. Yeah, okay, we'll cover this, then we'll do the warehouse thing, then we'll close on the quartering. Lady, hey, no. Stop that. You were not supposed to have that. Dork. Am I experiencing the Adderall shortage? Not yet. Not yet. No, we have so much shit happening right now between the war, multiple wars, between the blatant corruption. Like, there is literally some new bullshit every day. But it's good to know that as people are starting to burn down warehouses, as people are straining against not being able to pay for the cost of living, despite working all the time to pay for it, as people continue to get into worse and worse material conditions, it's good to know that Republicans cannot even be bothered to pretend to give a fuck. And they would rather focus on shit like this. I think I just live in an area where it's not as hard to come by or hard to find. Like, I think that's because I've never had to deal with like a shortage or anything here in Spokane. When Congress returns to session next week, Republicans in the House of Representatives are expected to move forward on a bill that would give the federal government unprecedented power to pressure public schools into removing books and materials that acknowledge the existence of transgender people. I wonder, again, we've talked about how they love to use the most expansive and malleable definitions possible when it comes to issues of representation and gender and DEI. But I wonder how much of that is going to extend to like Shakespearean acting tradition and stuff like that. Mary Miller of Illinois entitled the Stop the Sexualization of Children Act. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Claimed by its supporters as a measure to shield children from inappropriate content. But buried in the text is language that has alarmed educators, librarians, and LGBTQ+ advocates. The bill defines sexually oriented material to include anything that involves gender dysphoria or transgenderism. Oh, look, it's the same shit that we've been exactly saying they would do, and the stuff we've been saying would happen. What is? My dog is just like waiting for me to move, but she walked under my chair. I don't know what you want from me, dude. Goofball. Detractors use that term to dehumanize trans people as part of an ideology as opposed to a human reality. In practice, the proposed law means a book does not need to contain sexual content to be swept up by it. A story about a trans teenager simply existing could be enough, would be enough. Make no mistake about it. Opponents argue that the distinction makes this less a bill about obscenity than one about erasing trans people. No shit. The legislation would bar schools that receive federal elementary and secondary education act funding from using those funds for any program, activity, or material involving the prohibited category. The penalty is severe. Districts that refuse to comply could lose federal education funding. Sorry. For schools already operating on tight budgets, which is more and more because we keep cutting education funding to spend more billions of dollars on war. Oh my God. Wording was broad enough to affect anti-bullying resources, counseling materials, trans student support groups. God. Gay Straight Alliance programming if those programs are part of federally funded school operations. The bill exempts standard science instruction, major religious texts, and great, yeah. Of course, you can't not be able to read the Bible, can't not be able to read the book with all the incest and murder and rape and all that stuff. Defines acceptable literature through narrow, pre-selected canons such as the great books of the Western world. That means that while Shakespeare is safe, a contemporary novel about a trans high school student may not be. Banning books that reflect our lives and stories is an attack on everyone's family and freedoms, Ellis said in a statement. H.R. 7661 is a massive overreach by Representative Mary Miller and right-wing politicians to force their narrow agenda into local communities. Miller is no stranger to inflammatory rhetoric. The Illinois Republican has repeatedly drawn condemnation for anti-LGBTQ+ remarks, including publicly misgendering Delaware Congresswoman Sarah McBride. God. Hey, remember when people were just talking about how Dems have our rights in mind? This is a good throwback. To December. All right, warehouse fires. So if you have not been keeping up, one person started one warehouse fire that has turned into, I don't want to call it a movement, but I will say it's happened a lot. And not a lot of people are reporting on it. Every day we get, like multiple times a day, I've seen so many warehouse fires in the last couple days that it can't be an accident. It's impossible it's an accident. And it's more impossible that that they don't know, that they have not seen it as a trend. Because I guarantee they have. I guarantee people who are in charge of reporting on this shit, local reporters, like, anyway, we will see. You'll see what I mean.
Oh my God, this does not look good. A massive fire at an Ontario warehouse, and tonight police confirmed they have arrested the person they believe started it.
And the suspect is Chamil Abdul Karim. He is a 29-year-old resident of Highland, California.
Police say the suspect worked at the warehouse for a third-party distributor, NFI Industries. Tonight, the company tells us they are cooperating with the investigation. The fire was reported around 12:30 Tuesday morning at this 1.2 million square foot concrete warehouse owned by Kimberly Clark, and it burned for hours.
It is a paper products warehouse, so there was an extremely large fuel load.
Fire officials said they knew immediately the fire was suspicious because of how out of control that fire was burning, despite a sprinkler system and alarm system being set off. 20 employees were inside and able to safely make it out. But police say one person was missing.
There was an employee reported missing. That employee was later found. We did make a connection that employee that was missing and found was confirmed to be the suspect.
As the building erupted to a ball of fire, people living nearby evacuated their homes, including mother Camille Marks.
Everything's okay though, you know what? We are safe. I had to grab my 2 kids.
That's crazy. God damn, dude. So there's one. And that was a different one. No, nobody got hurt in either of these. That is a
now
different
to an arrest
one
and the fire
than
at a
this.
California warehouse full of paper products. The arson suspect posted a video of himself starting the fire and complaining about low wages. Hannah Battah is here with the story. Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning, Michael. And investigators are now looking into that video that appears to show the suspect who worked at the warehouse starting the massive fire while saying, "There goes your inventory." This morning, police investigating this video appearing to show the start of a massive fire that destroyed a Kimberly Clark warehouse outside Los Angeles this week.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
The footage posted on a Facebook account that appears to be...
They're both Kimberly Clark? Wait. Isn't that what the first one said?
Associated with the arson suspect, an employee of a third-party distributor for the company, according to a coworker.
There goes your inventory.
The warehouse filled with paper products from Scott to Kleenex to Huggies diapers, a worker told ABC, all that inventory further fueling the inferno. The resulting blaze burning for hours, tearing through the 1.2 million square foot distribution center around the size of 11 city blocks. Flames seen for miles, the roof collapsing.
The fire behavior that they were experiencing.
It's the same Ontario, California. Oh, okay. Ontario, gotcha. I was like, yeah, that looks like the exact same fucking warehouse we just saw. Communists celebrate far left domestic terrorists. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Do we want to hear communists celebrating far-left domestic terrorists burning down California? Let's go, chat. The news about the shooting? What shooting?
Listen, some people...
Which, okay. I live in America. I should be asking, which shooting? No, I haven't heard anything about a shooting.
People just boycott differently. Some people don't show up to work for a few weeks, some people go on a march, and some people burn their workplace down. That man said, pay us or I'm gonna get rid of it all. And that he did.
If you're not gonna pay us enough to live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this.
Arson investigators say this video posted to social media is part of their investigation into the warehouse fire early Tuesday morning in Ontario. It appears to show cases of toilet paper being set on fire while a person repeated.
I think it's kind of like it's a little bit of an I Am Spartacus thing. There have been, like, again, it's being so weirdly underreported. So the extent to which it's not commonly known how many fires there have been in the last couple days. People just EWU body cam videos. What the fuck? In Spokane? What the fuck? Yeah, I saw the Molotov at Sam Altman's house. Hey, death to the opposition. Why are you sending me this?
Claims he isn't paying.
Yeah, why are you sending that to me? I don't know what that is. I'm not just gonna watch somebody get murdered on, like. Nehemia, thank you for $5. You see someone threw a Molotov cocktail at Sam Altman's. Yeah, I saw that. No, there's Altman's gonna have to fucking step up his security game. Oh no, Miss jumped off the chair, so I gotta sneeze. Or maybe not. Maybe I don't gotta sneeze. Jen AC, thank you for $5. Have you covered the new conscription / automatic draft? Seems truly dystopian backwards, but is it as bad as the headlines make it? Love from New Zealand. No. It's, yeah, we covered that last week. It's an update to a current system that we still have selective service. Like, the basis for a draft is still a fucking thing. But that it's kind of always been that, but nobody would do it. It's a weird thing, but it's not going to, like, make a big difference or change in people's lives in any way. I think it was more that people are just, you know, we're in wartime, so people are fucking freaking out about it. All right. Now, let's get to what I'm hoping will be the main course.
Listen, he's admitted that there's a bull is his best friend. His bull is there every single day or every other day, right? Now,
the reason that I'm so glad the Surfs covered this, because almost I was looking for ways to, and this might not be even the whole thing, because this was 5 days ago, and I think since then the quartering has stricken down or copyright, done something with Kino Casino, so there's this kind of back and forth, but trying to dig into it, it is nothing but just fucking other drama chud dorks talking about, like, quartering goes well, quartering does, and I'm just like, Brittany Venti did a fucking video where, like, I don't care that much I just want give me the broad strokes, you know?
Guys in chat had a girlfriend, and you have a bull, a guy who fucks people's wives over at your house every day while you're on the computer making 22 videos, what do people think?
This channel, I don't know anything about them. I do not watch Kino Casino clips. They're the ones that are blowing up a lot of subreddits right now about the quartering and the divorcing arc. If you haven't been following it for a while, the quartering is going through a series of what seem to be domestic troubles, specifically trying to openly flirt with coworkers or in some cases his employees, allegedly. And this is obviously having a ripple effect on his many empires and networks. Now, there's a subreddit called The Quartering is a Nazi that usually documents all the horrifying things that the quartering has been doing, and including his failures. And they've been pointing out for a while that the quartering is now trying to get this channel and this video shut down.
I have a Alvarez. Gotta go, but if I'll watch the VOD. If you read the zine I sent you on stream, make a good voice that makes me seem smart. Love y'all. I definitely will. I will. So I actually might do because I had somebody or a couple of people send me really cool recommendations. I want to try doing every week a day where I like highlight or platform or something a cool artist. Doesn't have to be, you know, from my community or anything like that. But I am putting together a little bit of I'm making a list. I'm checking it twice. And Ivan Alvarez, your stuff is obviously on there.
Now, this channel could be super right-wing. I don't know. But the fact that the quartering is warring with them, I just want to see what they expose.
To white balance.
Which means that there could be slurs and other stuff in this video. I'm not I don't know where I am in terms of this is not a content that I normally watch.
Hannah's sole subscriber buddy is shouting you out by your real name and your Twitter handle, which is
what is going on. I don't know yet. I can't explain. I assume this is a Easter special, hence the costumes. And you know, I got nothing against theatrics, but apparently these are a couple of chuds. Right now, Jeremy is trying to get this channel and specifically this video taken down. I'm not entirely sure what for. It says the name of the video is The Quartering's Bull, in quotation marks.
All right, let me see if I can find. Whoa. Criminal past and Jeremy agrees to Caleb Hammer interview. All right.
When you're telling
2 hours. See, and that's why I'm gonna watch the Lance from the Surf's highlights. I 2 hours.
Exposed. Now, if they're referring to cuckoldry, as my understanding is, the bull is the person that you hire to pleasure your wife or your husband or your partner, and so I don't know if that is the implication that is going on here. If they have evidence of something towards that happening,
we'll be right back.
that I cannot say yet. Again, I have to get more information before I learn what's truly taking place.
Take things to the next level, and people
Look
are
at how
angry.
excited he is for it.
Higher. Oh yes,
Like,
that's
he's just
true.
such
right.
a slime.
Sorry, I should preface that as well. So you could actually be doing that just out of the pleasure of your own heart. It doesn't necessarily have to be someone you're hiring. But this has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I still don't know why he wanted this video taken down. What is it about this video? So far, it just seems like they're making fun of him.
Oh, is that why?
What, married man, by the way, traditional Christian here.
That's
crazy.
It featured back door, front door, mouth door, money shots, everything that your traditional.
Was this a video or a live
it was
stream?
it was a video. It was like 14 minutes long, and I trimmed it down to 4 minutes.
Why would you?
Oh man, it's time to take your chance.
Mouth door is one of the craziest. Kamerv Hestia said the Chud tubers are training against quartering. Didn't he get into a Twitter? Yeah, I mean, like, but in fairness, Matt Walsh has such a disdain for any kind of nerd shit because he is not only a pedantic loser, but a bitter one who doesn't enjoy anything. Like, even as performatively and empty as a lot of the enjoyment of shit seems to be from people like Jeremy, it's something. It's not just being a bitter asshole like Matt Walsh is.
It's hilarious. It's really more sad than anything else, in my opinion. Platform.
Yep.
Like, it's a smaller.
Oh, he does content with Tectone. No way. Of course. That makes
He's
sense.
at a party where he doesn't know anyone, and it's all.
And and basically, like,
Tectone's getting ready for bed. He's the word grazing.
What? Yeah, I it's so hard to sit through this because I find these two people who are watching this insufferable, and I don't even know why.
Damn. Yeah, Lance and me, like, same. It was my exact that was my reaction when we were watching the other day. I was like, oh, fuck.
Hey, this was so juicy. Like, so to give you a little background, there's statements where apparently they're trying to get the video taken down, right? The Quartering and his bull are desperate to hide the bull's criminal history. They have flagged down our video exposing his domestic abuse issues and other criminal convictions. Jeremy Hambley of Wisconsin is scared to death of the truth coming out and will do anything to hide it. And so I'm like, all right, what are we talking about? So he says, first will be your YouTube, which is in violation of the ban evasion. That's an easy takedown. The next will...
That's fucking funny. Tectone is now a feudal plebe. If that's actually Tech, that's a big if. But if that's actually Tectone deciding to follow while Lance is looking at this shit, very funny.
Be your kick. I literally begged you to be reasonable. I tried everything. You chose this. All I wanted was to let you guys dunk on me.
The promo video is on the clip channel. That's some stuff's gone down.
Yes.
You know, it's gone down. When last we left it, Jeremy Hambley was in agreement with us and Josh Moon that he would be providing his financial documents to Caleb Hammer or another financial.
Why does he move like that? What? I don't like it. You're doing too much. You're doing too much.
Auditor, and that we would be doing the debate soon. Because that's what he wanted.
We didn't want to talk to him.
That's what we said. That's what we said. But
why is that child so
all of it.
bouncy?
He's like, absolutely, anytime, I'll provide 7 years. Then suddenly, all out of the blue, he changes his mind and starts being like, well, this is unreasonable. Well, I don't know, buddy. Maybe from the beginning say it's unreasonable and you're not going to do it. But once you agree to do it, and then you...
I mean, this is what Jeremy does to everybody. I guess maybe like the Chud side of the internet is just discovering this for the first time. He's done this to me personally. He always does this where he's like, yeah, come on my show. We can debate this. It'll be great. We donate a whole bunch of money to charity or something. And then like 2 seconds later, it'll be like,
Oriland, thank you very much for following.
You got trolled. So funny. Like that. Yeah, this is Jeremy.
Backpedal from it.
And
yeah, it's Chud on Chud violence. It seems like
the whole. They're forcing me.
Listen, it's like it's one thing, right? It's like, okay, fine. Maybe this isn't going to happen. Jeremy's not going to submit his documents. But then on our Keno Cathedral channel, my Keno Cathedral channel
that promotes the show.
Promotes the show.
I don't like this. Jake Johnson, is that the actor's name? I don't like this evil. No, it is this evil, like Jim Bro clone of Jake Johnson is who's over here.
Our show promo talking about Jeremy Hambley's bull and the bull's crimes gets flagged down for cyberbullying and harassment or whatever.
I didn't do it. And I'm like, you did it. Then
you absolutely
2 hours later, our clip channel gets fucking taken down. The fucking video gets taken down.
The video about the bull, and it's a privacy complaint filed by the bull.
Yes.
So this is direct
Okay, well, explain yourselves though. What does all this mean? The bull, as in like bullshit. The person who is this an individual? Have they committed crimes? How
yeah,
are they
no,
related
it's
to
a
Jeremy?
bull as in the.
I don't have to sit through their 47-minute or whatever video where they're just laughing at clips of him. Can I just get a time?
Directly coming out of Jeremy Hambley's camp, but he swears up and down, "I have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with it, guys." Fast forward another day. Easter Sunday.
We win the appeal. We win the appeal at 6 in the morning.
We win the appeal on Kino Casino Clips. The
Thank
video
God.
is restored.
Which one? I don't know who Andy. Like I've heard the name Andy Worski. I don't know what he looks like. So which one's Andy? Is it that I'm betting this guy looks like an Andy?
Thank God.
Okay.
I don't know. It's a weird thing because this guy looks like an Andy, but this guy looks like a Worski. So I'm really.
Because he can't sweep it up. Like, this is insane. Then this guy.
Chinodian, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Starts going to Eddie from Kick.
Our boss.
Jeremy Hambley.
Our boss.
Saying that he's going to get us banned from Kick. Yeah. He openly starts talking about, first I'm going to take their YouTube. Then I'm going to take their Kick. I'm going to take everything from them. And he's like, I'm being harassed and my wife is getting these phone calls and these packages in the mail.
Which is a lie.
Death threats. Provide some proof there, Jerry Smollett. There's no proof of any of this. And by the way, even if there was, we have nothing to do with that.
Exactly. And we disavow
and what he's
that.
doing, we disavow that. And he's playing the victim to try and get more abuse targeted towards him. He's using his wife as a human shield to silence criticism. And if this really was about his wife, this would have happened months ago, because we've been talking about Sky Roan and the Sky Bowl and the pizza place for months. But this only happens, these threats of flagging, legal action, life ruination, it only happens when we bring up his bull. It only happens when we bring up the bull who has a history of sex swinging and has a criminal history. And
Okay, and now we're starting to get some more details. Although there's still nothing. It seems like incomprehensible. So there is a third party involved, and upon mentioning of that third party, who they are calling the bull, apparently the videos get taken down. That's enough. What is this conversation? I don't know. It's tough because I think in here somewhere, I should say, there is a very embarrassing story that Jeremy Hambley is scrambling right now to.
Jeremy Scrambly, exactly. God damn, maybe I do have to make a fucking video. Maybe I do have to make a video just summarizing all this shit. Because that's the thing that, like, I want to just get the. Like, give me the simple shit. DT has more subscribers than Surf Times. Well, in fairness, like, Surfs does more, like, first off, they have multiple channels, and they do more streaming than I do.
Not let it break containment. Because right now, it's in the right-wing corners of the internet. Only the right-wingers, like, know about it, right? Like, they're the only people in these kind of, like, shows and circles for starting to be like, wait, sorry, what? He had some kind of, like, you know, affair with his wife and involving a third party? And then the fact that he's working so hard to get this all taken down means he doesn't want other corners of the internet to find this out, right? Like, soon, you know, if I made a video on it, once we found out what happened.
Bulkies, that's so fucked up. You could talk about being a switch to Surf Times to Lance and he'll think you control the lights. Oh, that's so funny.
Then, you know, maybe actual Jake makes a video on it.
No, Lance is a really cool dude. Lance is, I went on the Surfs one time after I did the Brianna Wu video. Lance had me on for a little bit.
And then maybe Hades Vadim makes a video on it, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, everybody starts to find out, and then maybe he gets back to his wife. I don't know. I'm just not entirely sure what the details are yet, right? It seems they're very, like, the Chuds are very angry and animated. They're like, we did this whole expose, we revealed all the stuff that happened, and then our videos and our channels got taken down, and Jeremy's actively right now trying to wage a war against them, doing what he does, like, you know, he's very, like, not, I would say, subtle
Well, and it's the thing that I am so mystified by in terms of the quartering is that, like, does he have shooters is the question I want to ask. Like, does he have people who are like, yeah, no, I'll fucking ride or die for the quartering? There's a lot of shit that we go across on here that I look at and I'm like, how does anybody fucking believe this? How does anybody support this? And I can get there. I can understand it. We just talked about end times fucking hate preachers talking about how, this dispensation, like all that shit. And how they can jump through their mental hoops to justify their own ideology and their framing of their holy book and all that shit. I cannot imagine the kind of mind it would take to be a unironic big fan of the quartering. That's crazy to me.
It's like, I'm trying to think of the opposite of clever, but essentially he'll do things where he'll pretend that he's like, the victim and all that. Like, all I wanted was to let you guys dunk on me. Like, what I really care about is your ability and your freedom to do what you want.
God, that's even more depressing. Awesome 406, even Styx, Hex, and Hammer has shooters. The idea of Styx having shooters is like deep. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say that because you gotta go all the way back. And once you remember that Asmon has shooters, you're like, okay, yeah, no, there's no standards. There's no depths people won't fall to for that.
It's kind of like a bully who beats someone up, and while they're hitting them, it's kind of like, hey, why are you hitting yourself? Like, oh, I didn't want to take your video down. I mean, I actually want you to have more freedom to make fun of me. And then tomorrow I'm going to go scorched earth. And then
Asmon has tons of
shit, but then no video
crazy.
Came out. The scorched earth. Oh, that was a day ago. So I guess the scorched earth is not coming out.
Oh my goodness! Advertising budget? A month? Like if you think about that, right? If you take 365 and you times it by 4. You get 1,460.
Wait, he was spending $5,000 a day on ads. Jesus, he has a lot of money to waste.
$5,000 a day on ads? Fuck, dude. Hello, Kibben. Oh my goodness. She's so purry. Oh my god.
Dishes, bro.
Wait.
Four Starlink dishes there,
this
buddy.
Is suspicious now.
And then
isn't
people
it?
wonder, like, well, how can he be broke? Like, he made so much money. He blows so much money on so much useless shit, bro.
Wait, 4 Starlinks.
So we have a
oh my god.
New sponsor for Hambly. Are you?
This is like extra hilarious to find out, just considering how much he fleeces his own audience on a repeated basis. Like, you get those every 3 or 4 month cycles where he'll be like, guys, unfortunately the woke has come, they're trying to cancel me, it's because I'm fighting for freedom and fighting for freedom of speech, but you guys don't understand how serious this is. I need you all to donate. I need you to sign up for this email list. I need you all to fucking sign up for this predatory link that I've got here provided for you all. It gives me like $10 per sign up code. Like, that shit happens so often that I'm like, yeah, there's got to be something going on beyond just the fact that he knows he can do that and the audience doesn't leave. Like, maybe he just cycles, like every now and then he'll like, shave off 10,000 people who are like, fuck this guy, but then he can get another 10,000 by disappearing on the Tim Pool show.
Ready for Jeremy Hambly's big new sponsor, guys?
Honestly, I'm not ready. I never am. It always shocks me and I'm excited. Okay, are you all ready, guys? Here we go.
This is so very sad. We're going to get that after a super quick word from this video sponsor. Huge shout out to this video sponsor, MD Hair, who
No! Wait a minute, shit. Shaves his beard off and eats it on camera and successfully eats full diarrhea, poop-stained clutches of the hand. She's free! She's branching out! She's gaining independence! She's becoming competent!
Cat. Okay.
On that is a casino.
Like and subscribe. There we go.
She's glowing. She's radiant without the burden of Hambly.
No, yeah, this all is fucking imparsible nonsense. This, I can't. God, she is so. Can you hear her? Her into the mic, Cat. She is so loud when she purrs. Oh my gosh.
That's
on her soul.
Wait, Hannah, you better be careful. That's too much editing.
She dropped 450 pounds off her back.
him and his wife
Why
get in the
the
hot tub
dogs?
with him.
I got to show you my fucking German
What's
Shepherd.
going on here? And along with Melanie Mack, a proud standard bearer in Goonergate, gave us back in the day a full-blown review.
I'm crapping on these guys. Oh, I can't stand it. I literally, I'm just like, somewhere in here is this evidence they keep talking about, but there's still nothing. It's just all the clips and speculation of like, yes, we've all been laughing at the quartering for months now, being weird, talking about how he's attracted to his friends. I'm just curious, why this now? Because they've been saying a lot about your relationship and behavior with Melanie Mack and Hannah Claire for months. What happened last week to cause a crisis? Yeah, it's never been an issue until people started spamming my wife. I literally don't care that they make fun of me. Like, her family has seen this shit. Unofficial truths. They deleted the videos attacking our marriage. I never mentioned them again. The more they do it, the more I want to flex my connection to bury them. This is a one-time offer. They can meme on anyone else they want. I don't care if they meme on my friend, who apparently has a questionable past, but this is an exploding offer. If they want to go to war, I will win. Oh, man, this seems like it's pretty serious, you know? Insofar as what I say, if this is authentic, by the way, this has not been authenticated. This is all just hearsay and slop on the internet. But it seems like these two individuals, the people who are dressing up in the costumes, right? These.
All right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This friggin' cat. Well, that wasn't as, like, I guess, informative as I had hoped it would be, and it seems like Lance had the same problem. Goodness, can I friggin' help you? Can I friggin' help you, cat? Oh my gosh. Look at this fucking animal, dude. Look at this little jerk. Look at this little dork. What do you want from me? What do you want? What do you want? She just crawls up here and makes me hold her like a fucking baby. Like, she just does this now. And you can hear her purring. That is a baby and she needs treats. Oh, she's been getting treats. She got her goop. She's all gooped up. She's all gooped up. And as soon as I showed cat on screen, lady came over and was like, "Oh, do I get pets too? I want pets too. Oh yeah, dog gets pets too." You're both on thin ice. Ooh, you're both on thin ice. All right, let's go. Did Melanie say anything about Jeremy talking about her breasts? Also, why his whole rant about them just being friends? I don't know. See, and that's the kind of shit is like, I would have to really actually dig into the bullshit, and I don't want to. I have so many other things. I'm really tired. I'm burnt out on drama content. I put out a thing that, like, I have heard some shit about Finster behind the scenes that I'm not going to say anything on publicly because I don't have enough proof, but that's like one of two people who I would make an exception to. I don't want to make any more drama deep dives. Yeah, them, Asmongold, and probably a couple other people too. Hello, can I this cat is so all right. Oh, so cute. She is so loudly purring. Adam201028, thank you for 5 months. Quartering drama is just Coco Melon for chuds. Like, it's kind of Coco Melon for me, but it's not presented in like any kind of compelling way. It's just so haphazard and chaotic. Like, and if I don't have an inner knowledge of what all this shit means, like Lance is right. If I don't know what all these terms are and what everything is, I don't like have context for it. I don't understand it. All right. I'm gonna go and drop this cat off real quick and be right back because I'm gonna put her on her what's it called? Cat tree. Oh, you're so purry. Oh my goodness. Okay. Here. How are people just now? No, I feel like people have known for a while that I mean, Finster has fucked up for a long time, and they did it more this last week. But yeah, peace out, Cat. No, Cat is enjoying Goop right now. Yeah, I guess what else is there to really check out today? Trump Christ scandal, authoritarianism, overthrown in Hungary. Very Tall Bart with another banger. Let's go, Very Tall Bart. What did Finn do? Finn has just been incredibly shitty and exploitative. There was the thing about Finn talking about forcing somebody into sex work. Finn has towed the line on BNWO fetish bullshit. And most recently, they just put out a fucking tweet. Like, their problem is that they want to have all of the advantages of sexualizing, commodifying, commercializing trans femininity, but then they continually play this back and forth bullshit game about like, oh, well, I'm a trans girl. Oh, no, I'm a femboy. Oh, no, I'm non-binary. Oh, no, I'm gender fluid. Oh, no. Like, it's their shit has been nonstop exploitative, disgusting. They don't take criticism seriously at all. And in the process, like, they are a net negative for the community because they are only interested in what the drama brings as far as revenue for them in terms of engagement. No, I'm talking about Finster, the only fucking Finster. The lime green machine. Is this about the do I belong in men's bathroom post? Yeah. Or no, it was like, would you let me play sports? Whatever the fuck. And that's also not talking about them cavorting and hanging out with people like actual pedophile Soda Cat. Is that the tip off you got, or was that something else? Oh no, I can't talk about the shit I've been tipped off on for Finn. There's a lot more I've heard. I have not been able to corroborate it, so I cannot bring it forward. And I'm not going to make a video on it until it gets corroborated. Like, again, people are... Yeah, anyway. That's the last I'll talk about that.
I just don't know what to do with this information. I've spent my whole life as information.
I'll tell you what you should do with it. Absolutely nothing. Shalom, Jews.
Wow, chest hair.
Star of David.
Peter, what is all this?
From now on, I want you to use my Hebrew name.
Becoming Jewish doesn't happen. Good work.
That's fun. I did not... I guess I should have probably realized it. I just saw Very Tall Barton clicked, but I am less interested in Family Guy clips. Blockade begins. Why am I... Man, my algorithm is just fucked. just, I mean... I need an algo cleanse. I don't think I ever can. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that fucking Reddit mod thing. The cleansing of ethnic Germans after World War II. Okay. I also want to put together, one thing I would really like to do is put together Mason Galliot. Am I worried about military conflict exploding if China tries to come through the strait and the U.S. commits to blocking it? I think that would be maybe the dumbest fucking thing that anybody could do. At least YouTube isn't filled with those AI cuck fruit vids. Yeah, those things sure goddamn... those things sure goddamn came out of nowhere, huh? Why? Like, what the... What? Like, how is this anti-Semitic horseshit just fucking everywhere now? Brother Burns, what the fuck are you talking about? Soda Cat's a PDF file. No, guys, Gimblo is creepy. Oh, I'm just, at this point, I'm just, oh, look, Esoterica. That just got recommended to me. How one word silenced the West. Oh, yeah, let's go. Okay, well, I can't not watch a little bit of the great Lost Gay Jesus movie. Long thought to be a film critic's hoax, sufficient evidence the movie actually existed, but no footage has ever surfaced. Damn. All right, yeah, let's go to some real fucking chud slop.
Few words have proved as effective.
British voice right out the gate. Let's go. Jolly good. Jolly good.
At neutering the Western man as racist. It works because it strikes at his self-conception. The Westerner sees himself as a moral and rational creature. To suggest that his instinctive preference for his own kind is both immoral and irrational is to brand him a hypocrite to his own ideals. As a result, the possibility of being labelled racist can deter even the mildest expression of in-group affection.
Increased over 400% since 2012. Who's to say why people might use the word racist more? It's certainly not all the fucking Nazis. What do you think this is proving? The only thing this is proving is that people are accurately describing shit. Not British.
Affinity or legitimate concerns about cultural change. The term has become a blunt instrument
Prison
in police
Island
discourse
British.
and behavior.
Yeah, dog. Mel Gibson is fucking British. What are you talking about?
Stifling honest discussion with...
Why is it always like stifling honest discussion? You're talking about a food in Mel Gibson.
The threat of social and professional ruin. The immediate reflex is to highlight the glaring double standards surrounding ethnic pride and solidarity. In today's climate, every other group...
Those aren't the same thing. Those don't connect.
...may openly celebrate its heritage
3
and
weeks
openly
ago
act in its group's interest, often lauded as healthy diversity or representation, yet Europeans are expected to denounce any comparable in-group preference as hateful or evil. This hypocrisy.
No. No? Do people not celebrate St. Patrick's Day? Do people not celebrate Celtic holidays? Like, there are modern pagans that still celebrate Celtic traditions. What? White people can still gather around and talk about, like, you can still do it. It's just that usually when people say things like, oh, I'm proud to be white, it comes with a little bit more than that. You know that. Come on.
Is indeed real and resented. However, hypocrisy, though worth noting, is not the most dangerous aspect of this situation. The truly perilous lie in Western discourse is the notion that any form of in-group preference is inherently irrational.
This somnambulant tone is gonna fucking put me right out. So we're gonna 1.5.
Or pathological. This lie was not always a tenet of Western thought. Far from it. In the 19th century, most intellectuals understood human difference not as a problem to be erased, but as an inescapable reality.
Showing fucking phrenology, being like, we understood it as... I love how so much of the modern conservative conception of, like, the world as we used to have it just comes down to, like, shit used to be different, and it couldn't be that we've learned and advanced from there. We got to go back to being fucking stupid.
These distinctions were not pathological or shameful. They were simply a part of nature, a feature of capable reality. These distinctions were not pathological.
Okay, so you're showing Grecan columns, Roman aqueducts, and European castles. Famously, three societies that didn't really coexist a lot together, at least not well. $5. Thank you very much, Nehemiah. There's a Chud tuber I keep getting recommended called PaxTube, who seems to be a Matt Walsh type conquistaboo, who I think we should check out. Oh yeah. Why Israel is more evil than you thought. YouTube's voice of reason. I am a social critic who creates video essays on the important subjects of our time. Oh, buddy. And he's on Gab. Yep. His latest is 3 months ago, 7 months ago. He's not, like, up to date, really. The Inquisition was awesome, actually. Like, how do you become like this? How do you become somebody being like, the Inquisition was based with your anime AI Inquisitor, and then be like, fucking sexual revolution actually sucked. Come on, man.
Or shameful, they were simply a part of nature, a feature of human existence that had shaped civilization for millennia. The preference for one's own kin was a basic survival mechanism.
Here we go. Yep. We got the protective mechanism. There's no evidence for this at all. This I hate, but it's one of the most basic bullshit arguments that racists will make of like, well, I just want, like, it's completely normal for me to just want other people to all look like me. It's completely normal to just want my kids to look like me. It's like, no, it's not. There are things like, what if your kid had a birth defect? What if your kid grew up without an eye? What if your kid grew up looking like somebody? Like, it's this attachment based on its value to you, not its inherent value. You love and care for your child because it's your child, because it's what you do. It's the correct thing to do, not because it bears some resemblance to you. Like that, I straight up do not fucking understand that kind of logic.
A way of ensuring the continuity and health of one's lineage. It was prudent, rational, and above all, natural.
Girl, you cannot have...
A way of ensuring the continuity and health of one's lineage. It was prudent, rational, and above all...
You cannot look at a group of white people looking all like this and say that that's all natural. Nah.
Natural. It was only after the
Yeah, no, I bet this person's real into keeping it in the family. And also just straight up Nazi. Just straight up Nazi advocation.
cataclysm of the Second World War that the Western world underwent a radical ideological shift. The horrors of the Second World War, the spectre of racial totalitarianism, and the widespread devastation of the war left a deep scar on the Western psyche. In the aftermath, the intellectual and political elites of the West sought to construct a new moral framework, one that rejected the racial distinctions that had, in their view, led to such a monstrous violence. The blank slate theory emerged as the central dogma of this new intellectual order.
Inseparable from InfoWars shit, where they're talking about, this is what Klaus Schwab and the whatever stupid groups they'll talk about, and God, what was the Bohemian Grove and all that shit, and it's just making, again, broad sweeping assertions. Why do you really think all these old ass black and white dudes were like, yeah, we're gonna blank slate theory? We're just gonna get real woke in the next 50 years. Like, whatever.
Like orthodoxy, social scientists taught that humans are almost infinitely malleable. Cultures and upbringing, they argued, explain all behavioral outcomes. Therefore, it was asserted if you drop a Chinese baby into an English family or an African baby into a Swedish family and vice versa, they will grow up indistinguishable from a native-born Briton or Swede. This view implied that group loyalties too were just...
I will take... Okay, again, sometimes you hear something you could probably trace back where it came from. So I'm willing to bet that this is something that she heard from somebody else who took it out of context from some study or some citation, probably from some Nazi book, that was completely misrepresented. Because what the fuck are you talking about? That it was this assertion that like the way they're making it sound is that scientists were just going around being like, hey, did you hear about Pluto? That's messed up. Hey, did you hear if you put a Swedish baby with an African family, they'll raise it just like an African? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That people were asserting this, that they were talking. But this became our dictate for society moving forward, apparently. Okay.
Artifacts of conditioning that enlightened governance could erase. With this paradigm in place, Western elites embarked on a radical social experiment never before attempted in history, the deliberate large-scale demographic transformation of their own nations under the banner of diversity, inclusion, and economic prosperity.
Let's go. Great replacement theory. I love the international elite she's talking about. I wonder is she bold enough to do a triple parentheses?
Immigration policies were overhauled in the 1960s and beyond to enable mass immigration from non-European societies into Western Europe, North America, and Australia.
Hey, buddy, why? Wait, was it just to bring in... No, it's probably more because of either humanitarian crises caused by Western intervention during the Cold War, or, and this one's also pretty important, either international blowback from places like Britain's massive empire, or needing workers. Capitalism. Usually the problem.
Assumption was that people are people, that regardless...
if this diversity and multiculturalism is so good, why are we keeping it for all and only one? You can go to other countries. What? You can just go to other
of origin,
okay.
Newcomers were equally able to assimilate into the host society, becoming Americans or Germans or British, just like the natives after a generation or two. The nation-state, once conceived as an extended kinship community with a common culture, was reconceived as essentially a marketplace of individual choice. In this new vision, a nation was little more than a set of governing principles and economic opportunities. Under the benevolent gaze of liberal democracy, any collection of individuals from anywhere in the world could supposedly form a harmonious society.
Oh, death cult CBD attack, Paris terror. Could supposedly. You ain't slick, dog. You ain't slick. Bottleneck Loser, thank you for rating with a party of 59. Hope you're all doing well tonight. V-Dogs, thank you very much for following. We have fallen down a little bit of a rabbit hole. We are looking at some, what I think somebody said Marmite chud, which is pretty funny.
So long as the right laws and values like tolerance and equality were instilled. This propositional nation.
Also, Jesus Christ, line up your fade outs. It is driving me insane that things are just on screen and then leave screen for a quarter of a second because it's just like blink, 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 blink. It's bonkers.
Concept. The idea that a country is defined only by abstract ideals rather than any ethnic or historical character became especially strong in countries like the United States. But even in...
Okay. By necessity, that idea would have to be represented by the places you came from. By the British Empire of all fucking empires. Going to Asia, to Africa, Southeast Asia, Australia, being like, hey, you're British now. With Americans and conquistadors going across the sea, going to the indigenous people and being like, hey, you're going to live by our rules now. What the fuck do you mean that this is some giant conspiracy plot? This is colonialism. This is what we fucking did. This is the ultimate legacy of the West. Going into these places, taking them over, acting like we run the place, and then you're mad when people integrate into that?
In Europe, leaders came to insist that Britain isn't about being British, it's about fairness. France is a set of Republican principles, not a French people. As US Vice President J.D. Vance put it...
Okay, if Britain, by the way, if Britain were, as you said, whatever the fuck you just said, it was, it was a country, it was a culture, it wasn't a specific people, then Britain would have never had an empire. The British Empire wouldn't have, risen in the east, set in the west, or whatever the fuck. The sun never, different aphorism. The sun never sets on the British Empire is what I was thinking of. It's like, but they counted people as British subjects. It was wrong. It was subjugation. But that still happened. Okay. Sorry.
Recently, mocking this mindset, you cannot swap 10 million people from anywhere in the world and expect your country to remain unchanged. Our citizens are not interchangeable.
You cannot swap 10 million people from anywhere in the world and expect your country to remain unchanged. Who's swapping 10 million, dog?
Cogs in the global economy. Yet the architects of the new multicultural order acted as if people were interchangeable. In their eyes, an influx of millions of migrants from, say, rural Pakistan or sub-Saharan Africa into Europe was just a colourful enrichment, a trivial cosmetic change rather than something that could fundamentally alter social trust, cultural norms, or political dynamics. Any concern to the contrary.
The editing here is driving me fucking insane. Like, we look at some dumb bullshit on here. We look at, stuff from Andy Pants, and, like, that's bad editing because it's just him dragging a mouse cursor around this big open document. But the fact that they can't even, like, I've made fuck ups before for sure, but it is just so telling because I can see, like, oh, you forgot where you put that little clip. You probably meant to put something here. Like, it's bonkers.
Was dismissed as racist delusion. It is hard to overstate how unprecedented this project was. Until the mid-20th century, no civilization had ever tried to voluntarily remake itself into a multi-ethnic melting pot.
What the fuck? Again, you're making these assertions, and the only things that you have presented as any kind of evidence are random cherry-picked tabloid headlines. Like, that's the only thing that she has cited the entire time. It hasn't been, at the beginning, trying to cite things like, oh, and this document, and actually they discussed this. Like, even Alex Jones will go through the rigmarole of being like, yeah, Klaus Schwab said this. Even though you look into it, you pull it apart for a second, you're like, okay, no, actually, they weren't talking about this. This is out of context. There is something there. But here is just nothing. DDY no soundboard. I do need a soundboard.
Social harmony to persist, certainly.
Nessie the Bessie, what word silenced the West? Racism. Turns out, crazy. They telling me racism silenced the West. Oh, I wish it worked. I wish they'd shut up.
empires like Rome or the Ottomans ruled over diverse peoples, but within their cores, there usually was a dominant group and a clear hierarchy. The kind of mass immigration undertaken by Western democracies in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, in which every Western land opened itself to essentially the entire world in the span of a few decades, had no real historical precedent. As author Douglas Murray observed, what
has no real historical precedent. Douglas Murray. British commentator and cultural critic. Oh, let's check out this Douglas Murray cat. Spectator, neoconservatism, why we need it. Race and identity, the war on the West. Shocker. He has been described as promoting far-right ideas such as Eurabia, Great Replacement, cultural Marxism, conspiracy theories. No shit. Murray has been accused of putting a socially acceptable face on far-right ideologies. British writer Nafiz Ahmed argued in Middle East Eye that Murray's support for free speech in the wake of the Charlie Hebdo shooting was really just a ploy for far-right entryism. No shit. What sound would I put on the soundboard? Probably just all the Lego Star Wars death sounds. Just because I really would want to, I would want to just hammer on the Jar Jar. Whoa! Wah! Or like a Yoda just. In 2020, Barry Weiss placed Murray within the intellectual dark web, including Brett Weinstein, Dave Rubin, Joe Rogan, and Sam Harris. What a dumbass, Barry. Shut the fuck up. Oh, he's openly gay. Great. He says that homophobia has mostly been vanquished in the West. Rad. He says that, yeah, no kidding. Yeah. All right.
had been Europe,
Let's see if I can get through this.
Peoples, gradually became a home for the entire world. Neighborhoods and towns that for centuries had one ethnic character rapidly became mosaics of global diasporas.
The idea, by the way, that all of these places had only ever had one ethnic character, deeply funny when they're already conflating the ethnic character of places like Greece, the Roman Empire, and then European castles, because that's never been true. When you look into the way that people like the Romani or Ashkenazim have moved around tribally over hundreds, if not thousands of years, and that's just the people that they would look at the time and be like, not white. Again, you have to factor in the racial animus that was created, developed towards people like the Irish, towards even people like the Scottish. Like, the idea that this is new, that this blending of cultures is somehow unique or is a unique peril of our time is so historically illiterate. It boggles the fucking mind.
For a while, many Europeans pretended this was completely normal, insisting that integration was just a matter of time and goodwill.
Again, just like it, I know it's just careless editing that they're leaving in these brief section clips of Germany in World War II, but it begins to almost play like a parody.
If the first generation of immigrants didn't assimilate fully, surely their children or grandchildren would. If not, perhaps it didn't matter because diversity is our strength. Western leaders assured the public that with enough civic nationalism and liberal values, any mix of people could live together as one happy nation. Unfortunately,
It's just racist memes. Just be like, see, this is true. And it's the fucking meme you had. Come on, man.
this optimistic creed ignored a simple reality. Deep cultural differences exist and not all groups assimilate equally well. As conservative writer Pat Buchanan bluntly warned,
oh man, big fucking Pat reference in the 26th year of our Lord, 2026. Whoo! That fucking took me. That's so funny. Okay.
it is not true that all creeds and cultures are equally assimilable. In a first world nation born of England, Christianity, and Western civilization, race, faith, ethnicity, and history leave genetic fingerprints no propositional nation can erase. In other words, a nation is more than just a set of laws or ideals.
One of my favorite things these people do is when they take from books that they've maybe read. I'll give at least they got quotes from them. But even those quotes, they're using it as a kind of virtue signal to be like, see, yes, I'm an intellectual. You can tell because I read, and you can tell I read because here's a quote from a book. But not only do they kind of have to stretch to make it fit their argument, but even within the like little paragraph they're using to assert, see how right I am, it still brings up so many other questions that aren't. It's the same kind of logic. It's the same kind of, yes, see, this is exactly the way I say it is. And let's not look, let's move. Let's take all this as I'm saying it and then just move along.
It is also a people.
You hear a baby in the background? That baby is Miss. Oh no, I looked over at her and she went, Mama? Every time, listen, chat. Every time I go to look at Miss, you can hear her meowing. Listen, wait, here we go. Oh, you're not going to do it now. Oh, I see how it is. True Baby Blue, thank you very much for following.
Heritage and social fabric that newcomers may or may not mesh with. Western elites of the blank slate school vastly underestimated the challenge of integrating large numbers of people with very different languages, religions, and cultural norms. They assumed everyone would eventually adopt Western...
What the fuck? They're just showing shit. Like, what the fuck is this?
Liberal individualism. But as Buchanan notes, a society built only on process neutralism, the idea that citizenship is just a paperwork status and culture is irrelevant, is a society unmoored from reality. Human beings do not assimilate into abstractions. They assimilate, if at all, into concrete communities with particular practices. Beyond electoral politics, there are other...
That's not necessarily true. El Sabbath, thank you for $5. How can the West be better than other cultures despite the West incorporating ideas of material human labor from those same culture? No, yeah, It's the somebody posted a Deece meme about, white people who will go and be like, yes, we're the superior white man is the superior everything else, but also we're completely subservient and we're always worried about losing anything sexually to black people, and we are completely fixated on the fact that, oh, those dang Jews, they control us and they are just so slippery and they tricked us. So like the racist at once, and it goes hand in hand with the same kind of fascism. It's like at once you have to be overwhelmingly powerful and you have to be just mighty and inherently greater than everybody else. Naturally, it's genetics, you see. But at the same time, everybody else is trying to get you just for who you are. And it's they're going to get them because they're going to be real slippery and tricky. And we're not smart enough or strong enough for them. So I don't know. It's just so many of these critiques come back to feeling like a tacit admission. It's like, nah, you just kind of are a loser. You're a loser.
flashing warning signs. Advocates of the post-1960s experiment promised it would bring thriving
God, the fucking 60s, man. The 60s broke. And it is impossible to overstate how many brains were destroyed by the 1960s. To this fucking day. Like, growing up, I heard about the 60s in a conservative household as though it were the fucking Dark Ages. Like, as though people were throwing plague victims over walls to get villages infected. When really, finding out later, it's like, oh, what was this debauchery? Like, people talked about the debauchery of the 60s in conservative tones. People like Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck. Growing up, I heard it talked about the same way, like, Pinhead talks about the pleasures of the fucking lament configuration. Right? Like, that's all it sounded like. And I, coming to terms with that meant just, oh no, like, people were okay having more casual sex. People were trying drugs. People were experimenting. People weren't just, self-medicating with alcoholism and wife beating for generations and then never coming to terms with that. It's fucking
cosmopolitan societies. But many Western nations instead see declining material prosperity, rising inequality, and fraying social bonds, while multiple...
And that's because of the immigrants who are also working poor, who are also being exploited. It certainly can't be because of the greedy people who won't pay you anymore and want to keep you distracted by pointing out the immigrants. Come on, people. Come on, man.
Factors contribute to economic stagnation, from deindustrialization to debt. One often ignored factor in social decline is the loss of social capital, the mutual trust and solidarity among citizens that enable a society to function smoothly. Decades ago, political scientist Robert Putnam, famous for bowling alone, conducted one of the largest studies on diversity and social trust. Putnam surveyed 30,000 Americans and found a sobering pattern. In ethnically diverse communities, people tend to hunker down, withdrawing from collective life and not trusting their neighbors. Strikingly, this decrease in trust was not just between different ethnic groups. Even people who lived in diverse areas distrusted those who looked like themselves more than people in homogenous areas did. Diversity, in the short run at least, acted like a social solvent, loosening the bonds of community. Residents of more homogenous towns, for example, rural North or South Dakota, which
everybody's got to check out this cat real quick, though.
Far higher trust levels in local others
you can't
and
see as
stronger
much
civic
for as I
engagement
wanted on
than
stream.
residents of highly diverse cities like Los Angeles.
Never mind.
Putnam's data showed that in relatively homogenous American communities, such as Dakota, 70 to 80% of people said they trust their neighbors a lot, whereas in highly diverse areas like Los Angeles or
When was this? Because I'm willing to bet it was a couple decades ago.
Neighborhoods had fewer close friends, reported being less happy and having a lowered perceived quality of life, and were less likely to give charity or volunteer in their community. Ethnically mixed areas saw low participation in democratic processes.
Oh yeah, Sukura. I need to workshop, but I'm thinking about how much this mirrors their anti-intellectualism. They think knowledge is something you just have and can't be improved from the outside. Well, no. So it goes hand in hand with, and I've talked about how you listen to the way they talk about books, you listen to the way they talk about media, you listen to the way they talk about philosophy or psychology or any of that shit, and it is just they're the perfect brain for the kind of dude bro social space that treats these things not as pieces of art to take part in, not as ideas to parse and sit with and think on, but as like an achievement to unlock. Like you are not taking part in reading fucking Tolstoy or whatever. That's just off the top of my head. Because you want to know why he's regarded as one of the most important Russian writers, or because you are interested in the story. You do it because it's on a list of books that fucking Andrew Tate heard from somebody else that, alpha males need to read. And you you fucking go over basically a Sparks notes, have an AI summarize it for you, and you don't actually understand what it was about, what the plot beats were. Like, it is that same style that drives me nuts. This Kibben is so friggin' snuggly right now.
Fewer people bothering to register to vote, and reduced confidence in local institutions like government and media. In essence, diversity correlated with civic disengagement and anxiety. These findings have been dubbed the downside of
Famously, correlation and causation are the same thing.
Diversity. Although many academics initially hoped increased diversity would automatically foster broader tolerance, the reality is much more complex. Putnam himself, a liberal scholar, believed that in the long run, societies could find ways to bridge differences.
I believe that was Walter Putnam. '1995 essay. Describe the reduction of all forms of in-person social intercourse upon which Americans used to found, educate, and enrich the fabric of their social lives. Argues that this undermines the active civic engagement. So whoa. Why is... So it's not about the civic engagement or the diversity. It's the fact that we've had a reduction in in-person social intercourse, which is true. Like, we don't, and this actually, I might have to read this as a late edition if I want to add something to my essay, because we don't do all the inconvenient shit that we used to do. And as a result, when people talk about, you know, oh, where did malls? Remember when we used to go to malls? Remember we used to go to video stores? It's like, yeah, we did away with that stuff because we were trading inconvenience or our perception of what was inconvenient for something that would be easier and more gratifying. And in American culture, we don't really factor in other people into, like, that is part of the highly individualistic emphasis that we have in the West in general, because British people do the same thing. That's where a lot of this comes from. It comes from a lack of convenience, or a emphasis on convenience, I should say. Like, it very...
Examples of past immigrant groups eventually assimilating, but he admitted that in the short term to medium term, the effect of rapid demographic...
Great. Yep. You love to see people using maps that start in 1871 and end in 1910 for their, look, see, I told you so.
Graphic change has people psychologically pulling in like a turtle. What do these dry statistics mean in practice? They mean Western society...
You didn't give me any... What the fuck do you mean dry statistics? You don't give me any statistics. Lauren Mastroni, thank you for subscribing. That's fucking crazy. Having this... Like, what does this mean?
Societies are becoming less livable and more contentious as they become more diverse. It is not...
Somebody has a keep calm and say mashallah fucking sign, and they're like, this all...
not a coincidence that many Western cities have seen parallel rises.
I just know that this person, like, has to make sure that there's no red pepper flakes or anything, right? Because that's going to be far too spicy for me. There's no oregano or basil, is it? Because I don't like it when there's too much spice. You didn't salt this, did you? Because I don't want it to be too hot. I'm very sensitive. Just like, I know this person's a fucking menace. Send shit back all the time. It's like, could you just remake this? Because it's a little bit too hot. Like, anything above the flavor profile of mayonnaise mixed with water is too harsh of an ethnic shade of food for this person.
In tribalism and segregation, when people don't feel a basic social trust or shared identity with their neighbors, they often retreat into micro-communities of their own kind. Self-segregation can occur even...
That's not what... You can feel... Like, again, it's this baby-brained bullshit that gets me. It's like... You are then asserting that the only way you would feel a kinship, a trust, a neighborliness with your neighbor is if they have your same skin color. Okay, well, does that extend to also, like, if somebody has red hair, are you going to be like, oh, that person's a redhead? They're not like me. And no, these racists will do that. Like, we know they'll do that because it's been proven in history where people are like, they have a different phrenology. They're Irish. They're Italian. They're, not white. It's like, no. Instead of thinking, they think of this thing in such superficial terms instead of being like, okay, what about the actual person? What about what that person brings to a community? What about what that person contributes to your life as a neighbor? What about any reason for protecting, defending, sticking up for that person? That person sticking up for you. That is how community is formed. You don't form a community based on, hey, you over there, you over there, you over there, you all look like me. You form a community based on who wants to help, who has the ability to help, who wants to take on those kind of leadership roles. God damn.
The ethnic enclave solidifying parallel societies where each group watches its own TV shows, uses their own language, trusts their own leadership. Meanwhile, national level politics become a zero-sum game tussle between identity groups, each seeking their share.
I can't give a dead man joke for you. What do you call 100,000 sheep rolling down a hill? I do not know.
Of power and resources. In democratic countries, voting is increasingly predictable by ethnic or religious lines.
That's fucking crazy, dude. Just show, like, yeah, they do this shit with, you can take a landslide. Very good. Very good. You can do this photo opportunity shit with like any leader at all. Like this is not special. People will be like, "Oh, look, he's compromised by Israel," but he's holding a book. Like what the fuck do you think this means? It's a photo op, dude.
A strong majority of Group A votes for Party X, while Group B votes for Party Y, undermining the ideal of issue.
Proximity, Labor Party voting intention amongst ethnic minorities, Lib Dem 1%, UKIP. Again, I don't have any source. 2023, 2022 survey of Indo-Australian attitudes. So yeah, they are Aussies.
Based or principle-based politics. This balkanization of society was not supposed to happen under the liberal integrationist vision.
Balkanization.
Precisely because the vision misjudged human
People
nature.
just be saying shit, dude.
History offers a clear warning about what can happen when latent ethnic or sexual.
Oh, buddy, you can't handle editing footage. You cannot handle the basic concepts of editing together still images. I'm just gonna say you ain't ready for adding in some nice little welcome to Night Vale ass audio in the background.
Sectarian tensions are ignored or forcefully suppressed. Eventually they erupt. In the past, such tensions tended to erupt between nations on battlefields in wars between peoples. Today, by importing myriad foreign populations into Western states, we have transplanted...
They've brought the war here. Is that what you're going to say? Please tell me that.
Those potential conflicts inside our own countries. The consequences could be dire. One often cited example is Yugoslavia, a multi-ethnic country that was held together for decades under an authoritarian communist ideology that preached brotherhood and unity while forbidding the expression of ethnic nationalism. For a time, it seemed to work. Yugoslavia was relatively stable and peaceful under Marshal Tito's rule. But as soon as that top-down pressure relaxed in the 1990s, the suppressed identities resurfaced with a vengeance, resulting in Yugoslav Federation disintegrating in a series of brutal ethnic wars. Serbians, Croatians, and Bosnians and others breaking into hostile camps defined by blood and faith. A scholarly analysis of that conflict notes the communist regime suppressed the various ethnic identities of groups and tried to create a supra-ethnic Yugoslav one. Yet this suppression proved costly indeed, for when those identities were permitted expression, they took shape in ferocious forms. In short, the attempt to deny people's deep-rooted affiliations do not eliminate those affiliations. It only bottled them up until that bottle exploded. Western countries in the early 20th century are of course not Yugoslavia circa 1990. We still have democratic...
So what they're saying is they are using Yugoslavia in the fall of the Soviet Union. They're using Yugoslavia as a way to say that if we keep getting immigration, white gangs are going to murder people. That's what they're talking about. They are talking about this kind of Turner Diaries eventuality of where does this all lead to, and it's a race war. It's helter skelter. It's you can't stop it. It's just the natural way. It's like no, it's not. No, it's fucking not. God.
Institutions and in most places the rule of law, but the basic dynamic of suppressed tensions hold. We are playing a dangerous game by pretending that human tribal nature has been transcended by progressive values. If anything, by tabooing frank discussions of ethnic frictions through charges of racism, Western elites ensure that grievances fester.
You haven't talked about that though. You haven't talked about that. You haven't talked about how people are denying legitimate grievances by saying, "Oh, you're just being racist." Like, they always say this shit. They'll always be like, you can't say anything until you're being racist. It's like, okay. Say, what? Are you gonna say the thing that people are calling you racist for? Are you going to address what people are actually calling racist? Or are you just gonna say, oh, everybody's so mad at because we say that they call us racist and they try to shut us up. It's like, hey, they don't just call people racist for nothing. Like, It might not always be the best example of racism. It might not always be the most racist thing. It might be accidental. There are reasons that people who might not actually be racist can get called racist. It could be ignorance. There's a lot of reasons. But generally speaking, people aren't just called racist for nothing. It has been my experience as somebody who has listened to a lot of dipshits like this. It usually doesn't just come out of nowhere. All right, I'm going to see Selena. What else does Selena have? Apartheid was good. You can't share a country with people who hate you. Nazi occultism. The occult lie about the Nazis. She's just outright Nazi. Jesus Christ. Are we repeating Weimar Germany? Because he was white. The Camp of the Saints. Holy fuck, dude. We are all Rhodesians now? Oh, she's gotten less racist. Racist, the word that is it? This is the same fucking video. She made this video 5 months ago and then posted it 3 weeks ago. They're not left-wing, they're anti-white. Yeah, she's made that video twice. Your world means nothing to them. That she posted that video twice. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's wild. All right, let's go over to PAX. I don't want to watch PAX, dude. Why the Crusades were awesome, actually. Why the Inquisition was awesome. What is it with these fucking dorks? Why the Inquisition was awesome. Like, it's just all... How hentai destroys your mind. How the fuck? 200,000 subscribers, dude. The detransition horror stories of Reddit. How pornography destroys your mind. Wow, wow. The dark side of the VTuber phenomenon. Oof. We're all Rhodesians now is fucking crazy. Alrighty, chat. We have had quite a stream tonight. Let us go say hi to friend of the channel. Oh. Let's go say hi to... Who want to raid? Riverboat Jack. We could go to... Yeah, let's go to Riverboat. Let's go to Riverboat Jack. And go say hi. It's been so long since I had said hi to Jack, so go... Like, subscribe. If you haven't yet, please check out the most recent video. I have at least 2 or 3 more videos coming to the channel this week. A lot of stuff I'm working on. So go follow, like, subscribe, do all the things. And thank you so much for watching. And go, yeah, go say hi to Jack. Go sub and follow if you haven't yet.